Okay, welcome everyone. I'd like to call the meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. And most of the astute observers out there will realize that I'm not Lisa Wanger. And Lisa couldn't make it to the meeting. She is online, but she did ask me to run today's meeting in person. So I'd like to call the meeting to order and give you an overview of the public comment process. If for those participating remotely, just use your raise hand function, or you can send an email to disb@deltacouncil.ca.gov and request to speak on a particular agenda item that might be of interest to you. Those participating in person here in the room can complete a blue slip that's found, I think, at the back of the meeting room, and let us know. And afterwards, when you're called on, feel free to introduce yourself, and then you'll have probably 3 minutes to make your public comment. So welcome everyone. I'll move forward and do a roll call and ask the board members to state their full name and if they have any new declarations. We have Virginia Dale, who will be joining us a little bit late. Tanya?
Tanya Heikela, no new declarations.
Tom?
Tom Holzer, no new declarations.
Just go around and Bob.
Bob Nyman, no new declarations.
Steve Brandt, no new declarations. Obey.
Jayanta Besekar, no new declarations.
Inga?
Inga Werner, no new declarations.
And Diane?
Diane McKnight, no new declarations.
And Anna?
Anna McCulloch, no new declarations.
And Lisa?
Lisa Wanger, no new declarations.
Okay, I think I have everyone. For today's agenda, we have a very busy and I guess very important agenda today. The primary thing we'll be looking at is the draft prospectuses from each of 3 new areas we want to explore. Our prospectuses are designed to give an overview of how we might look at a new topic. And it gives an evaluation of why we think that's a topic is important, what our intent is for our review, how we're going to do the review, and what our audience is and what our expected products is of those reviews. Normally, these reviews can take anywhere from 1 to 3 years, so it really does set the stage for our new activities. We are going to introduce 3 of those today, and then which will really take up the bulk of our activities over the next year or more. And I think that the process for today will be to look at those. They are on the online for you, and for those in the room, there should be a copy in the back. And we'll be discussing those and deciding whether they're good enough to move forward for a full public comment period, which we do for each of our prospectuses. And so that's really important for us. We're also getting some important updates from the council, from the science program, as well as the Delta Protection Commission. And I would say probably most importantly, in terms of our future, we're going to have an election of a chair-elect. We're in a position now where we don't have a chair-elect, and we need a chair-elect to be part of a tripartite of leadership group to move keep the board in line. And so that's an important component too. So I guess, are there any public comments before we move on to the next agenda item?
There are none.
Okay, the agenda item number 2 will be the Delta ISB Chairs Report and Business Matters, and Lisa will be giving that. Lisa?
Thanks, Steve. And I apologize that I can't be there with you today. I picked up a nasty cold, and so I prioritized my health and yours by staying away. But I am happy to participate remotely. So on to our chair's report. So as you will recall, we had a busy March, and we're still having a busy March, but we had an extra meeting on March 3rd where we finalized the content of our draft environmental impact statement review and our voluntary agreements science supplement review, which covers the MOU and the science basis report supplement. Okay, so but I'll just refer to it now as the voluntary agreement. Is everyone hearing me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I'm seeing some signs that might not be true. Okay, so You'll be glad to know that the final EIS review was submitted on March 15th to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And the final voluntary agreement review was submitted on March 8th to the State Water Resources Control Board and all the MOU signatories. And those final versions of everything are in your meeting packet. And I just want to thank again Inga for leading the EIS and Bob for leading the VA review. So also because of my illness, I was not able to attend the Delta Stewardship Council meeting in person on March 23 as planned. I had planned to give an update on our recent activities and talk about the work plan that we recently completed. So I moved that conversation to April, with a lot of help from everyone being very flexible. And a copy of that work plan is in your meeting package. All right, third thing for the chair's report are some staffing changes. So you've probably heard that Chelsea Batavia, who has been a staff support helper from the Delta ISB, has departed the council. And she left on March 10th and is now the Environmental Justice Community Engagement Coordinator with the Washington Department of Ecology. Chelsea played a really important role during her time supporting the Delta ISB. She worked closely with us and other staff members to develop and analyze surveys, interviews, seminars, and workshops. Well, she didn't analyze the seminars and workshops, but she did help teach people about doing surveys and interviews and helped us get a lot done, including the science needs assessment and the monitoring enterprise review. She also completed the assessment of the impact and value of the Delta ISB, which I know we've really been using to try to think about how our board can be most effective. And it's also, I think, very useful for new board members to understand what the potential of the ISB is and who our stakeholders are. So that was a very important product. And then she's active in several of the ongoing activities. She was instrumental in setting up some aspects of the decision-making under deep uncertainty, and has also been helping with the subsidence reversal review and coordination of other activities, including literature reviews and things. So all that said, we're going to miss Chelsea. She's really made a lot of substantial contributions to our work, but we do hope that her position will be filled and we will have someone else with that skill set helping us in the future. Is there anyone else on the board who wants to say anything about Chelsea?
I'll start and just say, I also really appreciated Chelsea's help on a number of projects we were working on: the science needs assessment, the monitoring, and what we're calling the Hastings report, which did an evaluation of our value to the community, and those were all very important parts of our progress and over the last 3 or 4 years. And she was always delightful to work with, and I wish her well in her future. I see Tanya has her hand up.
Yeah, even though Chelsea's not here, I wish she were so she could hear all the great things that we'd all love to say about her. She was really just a tremendous asset to the ISB and the Delta Science program. She brought just excellent social science skills to the work we do, but also really good people skills. She was great at convening. She was great at organizing us. She was a tremendous writer, and she also brought a lot of passion to what she does. And that passion really, I think, helped remind us always of the importance of environmental justice issues, which was, really something she wanted to focus on. And I'm so happy for her that she's now in a position where that really is the central focus of her work. But I think her efforts will stick with us for a long time. So I think she's made a great impact, and we'll miss her.
Okay, Tom.
Yeah, I just want to second what's been said. Jaden, as you said, Steve helped with the initial birth of the subsidence reversal prospectus. And even though it was out of her area of expertise, impressive what she did for us. And her social science insights have been really helpful for people like me that don't normally interact with social scientists. So it was an educator.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Obe?
Yeah, I only interacted with her for a very short time, but a couple of meetings we have had, she kept pushing. Yeah, I only interacted with her only for a short time, but a couple of times we met with her, particularly on some of the special topics, DFDU and others. She kept pushing to get to an end point. And I was wondering if she was frustrated at times because we were not making some decisions, but she kept on and she was able to achieve the objectives that we had. And I want to thank her for the service she provided to us.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Lisa, it's back to you.
Thanks, and thanks for all those kind words. I think it's really clear that Chelsea was really important to the board, and we wish her the best. So other personnel changes. On March 6th, Kyra Wallace started her California Sea Grant State Policy Fellowship. And that's a program that matches master's or doctorate graduate students with hosts in municipal, state, or federal agencies in California for a 12-month paid internship. So she has joined our group, and as part of that fellowship, she will provide staff support to the ISB and will be helping us coordinate the DMDU seminar series. She's going to provide a more formal orientation later in the year that's going to tell us more about her graduate work and what she hopes to get out of her fellowship. But just in case anyone hasn't met her yet, I just wanted to give her an opportunity to introduce herself briefly and tell us what she's currently working on. So turn it over to Kyra.
Thank you, Lisa. Hi, everyone. It's nice to see you all in person. I'm very excited to be participating in the fellowship this year and be a part of a really great team. Just a little bit about me. I'm from Half Moon Bay in the Bay Area, so not too far from Sacramento. And I just finished my master's this last summer at Scripps Institution of Oceanography with the Master's of Advanced Studies in Climate Science and Policy, kind of a mouthful, but I'm really excited to be just involved in all of this and happy to be meeting all of you and looking forward to the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyra. Okay, there's just one more piece of the chair's report. We received 2 pieces of public correspondence since our last meeting that are part of the packet. One was from California Water Research, a reference on climate adaptation, which I note is not a recent paper, but says many of the same things we've been talking about. And then from Bob Wright, some comments on the draft EIS for the Delta Conveyance Project. So we appreciate that public correspondence. And now I'll just check if there are any public comments.
There are none.
All right, well then I hand it back to you, Steve.
Thanks, Lisa. Before we move on to item number 3, Edmund, do we want to say anything about the field trip at this stage?
Yes. So due to the storms tomorrow, we are going to be postponing our tour to Rintrack to a different date. So for those who are watching, we'll be sending out a cancellation notice through our Delta Stewardship Council listserv shortly. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Edmund. I want to thank Tom Zuckerman, who has been a close follower of the board for many years, and I know he was very anxious to have us for a while, but we will definitely reschedule that as soon as we can. Thanks, Tom. Move on to item number 3, which is the election of the chair-elect. And as I mentioned before, the leadership of the board consists of the chair-elect, the chair, and the coveted position of past chair. And each one of these positions are normally held for 2 years. You are elected as chair-elect for 2 years, and as a chair for 2 years, and then past chair for 2 years. And that threesome, in a way, really handles a lot of the details as a team. So Lisa and I are anxious to fill that 3rd slot. We did decide to hold off on the election. Normally the elections are done in June, but we wanted to hold off on the election until our new board members were on board and we had a full complement. And actually, one thought before I move forward, I did notice that Virginia Dale has joined us. Virginia, do you want to introduce yourself and let us know if you have any new declarations?
Oh, good morning. Sorry, I was a bit late. I have no new declarations. Thank you.
Okay, so today's goal, thank you, Virginia. Today's goal is to elect a new chair-elect. And the chair-elect duties start immediately after that election. So I'm going to open the floor with any nominations.
Steve, I have a nomination. So I would like to nominate Inga Werner, who has quickly become a valuable member of the board and demonstrated to me that she would make an excellent chair. So as you know, she's a renowned ecotoxicologist, and she's long applied that knowledge in the Delta, other parts of California, and internationally. She's we all remember from when she was joined us that she is the recently retired director of the Swiss Center for Applied Ecotoxicology in Dubendorf, Switzerland, which she led for 9 years. But what I've really realized in thinking about this is that experience puts her in a great position to help direct the work of the ISB, because in that position, she gained a lot of experience working with diverse stakeholders, including regulators, on managing toxic contaminants. And also relevant to our work, she worked to improve monitoring networks and risk assessment approaches as part of her cooperative research throughout Europe and the United States. So, not to mention, she has a long history in the Delta. She spent about 14 years at UC Davis, including a stint as director of the Aquatic Toxicology Laboratory that's part of the School of Veterinary Medicine at UC Davis. And in that work, she worked in aquatic and terrestrial systems to assess risk. And some of her recent work has included evaluation of contaminants of emerging concern. So it's clear she's staying topical. On a more personal note, what I've learned since Inga joined the board is that although she has recently made the very smart move to being retired, that new role hasn't dampened her passion for applying science to help create a healthy environment. So it is with great enthusiasm that I nominate Inga Werner as chair-elect.
So Inga, are you willing to accept the nomination?
Thanks very much, Lisa, for that nice introduction. I accept the nomination. Lisa promised me that it wouldn't be much more work at all, so yes, yes, I do.
I promised Lisa the same thing, so
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Are there any other nominations? Okay, the process then is we actually need a motion to have an election. The motion, I guess, would be of the order elect Inga to become chair-elect, and then we do a roll call vote, and it has to pass by majority. So is there a motion?
I move we elect Inga Werner as the chair-elect.
Okay, I'll second it. I think I can second it. I'll do a roll call vote, and I'll just go, I guess I'll go around the room. Tom?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Bob?
Yes.
Steve? Yes. Ove?
Aye.
Inga? You can vote,
I can vote.
or you can abstain, or you can vote no if you want.
I'll abstain.
Diane?
Aye.
Anna?
Aye.
Lisa?
Yes.
Virginia? Virginia, are you online?
She's muted. You're muted, Virginia. She's on her phone, so she can't see.
Okay, Virginia, can you hear us? Okay, we have a majority, and which is
There she goes. She's unmuted now. Go
okay. I
ahead.
saw a thumbs up there. So
Yes,
the record
sorry.
knows, yes. So I want to thank you, Inga, because I know this is a big responsibility. It's a 6-year commitment. In your case, we started a little bit late, so it's only about a 5-year commitment, 5.5-year commitment. So I really, I certainly appreciate the nature of this job, and I really appreciate your willingness to take it on. So, and I think hopefully I know all the board members will support you, and certainly Lisa and I will support you very much in this. And like I said, it does start immediately, and so I think you could take over today. No, I'm joking, but you will be getting a call soon. So any public comment on this?
There are none.
Okay, the next item is number 4, Delta Stewardship Council Chair and Executive Officer report, and I'll invite Virginia to the table and anyone and her team. Thank you all for being here.
Good morning, ISB, and Steve, great to see you at the desk again, and we hope and pray that Lisa is feeling better. Lisa, we missed you last week, and we look forward to seeing you at our next meeting, I believe in April. Again, Virginia Medueno, Chair of the Delta Stewardship Council, and we have some updates and some interesting developments. But before I start, I just want to let each and every one of these you members of the Independent Science Board know that I am actually out there rallying and promoting and highlighting the significance of the Independent Science Board and what you do for the Delta Stewardship Council. So I want to publicly let you know that even though you probably don't see me that often, I am out there meeting with legislators, key members of the legislature, members of County Board of Supervisors throughout the Delta region, and even meeting with members of MET like I did last week, again, highlighting the significance and the role that you play in the work that we do at the Delta Stewardship Council. So just wanted to highlight that for you first thing this morning. It has been a busy, busy year for the council. And first and foremost, I'm going to introduce two of my team members who have been very active and very busy working on something that I took on when I first took the reins of the chairmanship, and that was how do we evolve with the DPIC, the Delta Plan Implementation Interagency Committee. And I wanted to introduce Amanda Bohl, who is our Special Assistant for Planning and Science, and Viet Long, who I have just admired. He is a fellow and he has just done an amazing job. Who we're going to talk to you about the changes that we have made, what we've learned, and how we are going to transition into a new era of DPIC. So I'll turn it over to, again, Amanda and Viet Long.
Thank you, Virginia, and good morning, everybody. It's nice to see many of you again, and it's nice to see some of you for the first time. Glad to be here with Virginia and Viet Long. Just to, I think for many of you, kind of introduce you to DPIC and what DPIC does and who makes up DPIC, but then also talk to you a bit about kind of what our plans are for 2023. So first off, DPIC, Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee. Oh, wait, okay, I'm doing my slides, so let's see if I can. Oops. I may need you to do this, Edmund. I think talking and coordinating this is going to be too much for me. Okay, great. Okay. So DPIC, like the Delta Stewardship Council, was created by the Delta Reform Act in 2009. While the Delta Reform Act includes a lot of information, a lot of direction in terms of the how, who, what, why, when, where of the Delta Stewardship Council, regarding DPIC, the Act simply states that the Council shall establish and oversee a committee of agencies responsible for implementing the Delta Plan. Each agency shall coordinate its actions pursuant to the Delta Plan with the Council and other relevant agencies. So not a lot of direction, but given those couple of sentences, DPIC first met in 2014 and has met 2 to 3 times per year since then, and sponsored multiple convenings, including the Science Enterprise Workshop in 2016, and the Science Funding and Governance Initiative, which included a series of brown bag talks and a workshop, much of which was conducted in collaboration with the ISB in 2020. DPIC is comprised of 19 state and federal agencies, and you can see the logos for each of those agencies on the slide and on the screen. And we work with each of them in different capacities, definitely attending, they all participate in the meetings that we hold. And then depending on the various initiatives we have underway, we engage with them in different ways as well. And I'll speak to that a bit more throughout the presentation. Next slide, please. So in 2023, DPIC's activities will focus on 3 primary areas: relationship building, making progress on the Delta Plan's restoration goals, and then also issuing the 4th annual Delta Crosscut Budget Report. And so in many ways, this is a continuation of the work that DPIC has done over the years, but we really are trying to have a slightly more updated focus, being more intentional in the way that we engage with our partners, both the DPIC agencies and other interested parties living and working in the Delta and in the greater Delta watershed. Next slide, please. So last fall, as Chairman Dueño mentioned, we decided to pause DPIC meetings, and generally we'd had very regularly spring meetings and a spring meeting, a fall meeting, sometimes a summer meeting, and we decided to pause our meetings last year. We did not hold an autumn meeting. And instead decided to speak with some of our DPIC partners just to kind of find out how we could kind of refresh DPIC and re-energize it. And with those meetings, we heard time and time again that if DPIC didn't exist, we'd be trying to create it. And so we definitely saw the value in continuing to pull this group of 19 state and federal agencies together. And so considering this, and then also acknowledging that DPIC doesn't actually have any regulatory authority, we asked ourselves, how can DPIC be most of service to the issues in the Delta? And so we concluded that it really is in bringing people and agencies together and interested parties together to have some of these larger conversations and to build the relationships that are needed to really, conduct the policy that needs to happen in the Delta. So in the spirit of trying to capture this, we thought of gatherings. So this is a meeting, it's still a meeting. I mean, public meeting laws and all that, but a little bit of a refrain. So really using the time within a DPIC meeting to focus on dialogue, connection, and relationship building. So for 2023, DPIC is going to meet twice. Each gathering will be publicly noticed and will include a site visit. The first meeting is April 24th and will focus on restoration. This gathering will start at the Dutch Slough Restoration Site in the Southern Delta, hosted by the Delta Department of Water Resources. And then we'll move to the Big Break Regional Shoreline for lunch, and then the meeting itself, which will include updates on the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee, which we'll speak to more in a moment, and then also dialogue around how DPIC leaders can more fully engage in these efforts. So next slide, please. So DPIC Restoration Subcommittee. And so this really is a major focus for DPIC this year and probably for years to come. Some of you may remember that in November, Dylan Chappell, a senior environmental scientist at the council, presented on the restoration synthesis work that he's been conducting. And the intention for the restoration subcommittee to really help in reaching the Delta Plan goal of restoring 60 to 80,000 acres by 2050. So during 2020, we established a subcommittee in direct response to a recommendation in the Delta Plan Chapter 4 amendment. And the purpose of the subcommittee is to identify and implement strategies for reducing barriers to landscape scale restoration and increase estuary-wide coordination. And so not only does this effort support the Delta Plan goals, but it's also consistent with the statewide goals for biodiversity, like the California Natural Resource Agency's 30 by 30 initiative. So to date, the subcommittee has met 4 times and has convened a couple of task forces to draft the subcommittee's work plan and convene the first Delta Restoration Forum, which was held on February 8th. Before I hand it over to Viet Long, who's going to share more about the Restoration Subcommittee and in particular what we learned during the Restoration Forum, I also want to note that while several DPIC agencies actively engage in the subcommittee, we are partnering with the Delta Conservancy in coordinating and implementing its activities. So next slide, please.
Good morning, everyone. So first, the subcommittee focused its energy in 2022 on developing its first work plan, and that work plan consists of 4 goals. The first one is to provide forums for meaningful community participation in Delta restoration efforts. The second is to increase interagency collaboration to streamline restoration implementation. The third goal is to identify opportunities in restoration planning and long-term management efforts. And the fourth goal is to increase transparency and coordination around existing, new, and needed restoration funding. And these 4 goals are supported by 14 objectives and 28 action items. Next slide, please. So one of the first activities that the subcommittee focused on was the convening of the first Delta Restoration Forum. It is sort of a town hall gathering to get people involved in restoration to come together and have conversations. And the goals of the forum was to provide an overview of the amendments to Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan, to discuss and provide input on opportunities for implementing future restoration in the Delta and the Suisun Marsh, and to create opportunities for attendees to build cross-sector relationships and to share information about restoration in the Delta. And Most importantly, we wanted to gather feedback to inform the format and the content of future restoration forum meetings. During the forum, participants attended breakout groups and discussed the question of how future ecological restoration can best be implemented to support flourishing Delta ecosystems and human communities. Next slide, please. So 146 people attended our forum, which we're really happy about. 49 people participated in person at the Delta Conservancy's office, while 97 people participated virtually. From these breakout groups and conversations, we've collected over 40 pages of notes and comments, and we are in the process of analyzing them. At this point, some key takeaways are starting to emerge, and I want to share some of them here. First, we've heard that outreach, engagement, and public education are key. Improved outreach to groups such as farmers, landowners, reclamation districts, and tribes should be an area of focus moving forward. Additionally, there should be more engagement among agencies to avoid conflict among different regulations and requirements. Second key takeaway is on funding, in that funding is limited and hard to access. There are challenges in knowing what funding is available and how to apply for it. And some opportunities are in leveraging federal funding and to explore ecotourism as a revenue source. We heard a lot that recreational and public access opportunities should be considered when planning for restoration. A fourth takeaway is that we should seek balance between long-term planning and near-term restoration goals. Considering that ecosystems evolve over long time periods, it is a challenge to plan and sustain restoration efforts. And a fifth takeaway is that multi-benefit projects should be considered to meet both restoration goals and to mitigate risk from flooding and subsidence. And subsidence was mentioned a lot as a challenge, but subsidence reversal projects also present an opportunity to potentially store carbon and earn revenue from the carbon market. Perhaps the most important takeaway is that we heard that people found the forum to be very valuable, and they wanted more time to continue the conversations that they were having. One attendee said that, quote, "We need a regular forum to be able to collaborate and share our ideas, challenges, and opportunities. We will continue to review and analyze the received comments, and we hope to share soon on future plans and events to build on this restoration forum." And now I'll hand it back to Amanda to provide an overview of the Delta Crosscut budget report. Next slide, please.
Great, thanks. So yeah, the final kind of DPIC activity that I just want to brief you all on, and again, some of you are familiar with this, is the annual reporting of Delta expenditures known as the Delta Crosscut Budget Report. And this report implements a process for collecting data that encompasses all of the Delta Science enterprise and includes contributions from many DPIC agencies. Since 2018 and the Delta Science Funding and Governance Initiative, which I referenced earlier, DPIC has been working to examine science funding within the Delta Science enterprise with the aim of improving efficiency by implementing common accounting and reporting protocols across funding agencies. And so we've collected this data for 3 fiscal years, and each report is available on the Council's website. As we collect more years of data, the Delta Crosscut Budget Report will help decision makers prioritize future science funding and help us to look forward by identifying where there might be gaps in future funding needs. During the second year of data collection for fiscal year 2019-2020, we also added the collection of restoration funding data, which is presented separately from the science data. This annual report also identifies areas for improvement in the collection and presentation of the science and restoration data so that we can really adaptively manage the collecting and the reporting of this information annually. So while most DPIC agencies contribute data to the report, our partner in developing these reports is the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. We work very closely with their staff to collect and analyze the information and present it. And I must give a huge thanks to Edmund here, who has been part of this project since its inception and really is an invaluable part of the team and provides really important quality assurance with the data. So thank you, Edmund. Next slide, please. So again, while I encourage you all to look at the reports online, I do just want to give you a little bit of a snapshot of what you can find when you go and look at the reports. Again, the reports collect science and restoration data. This is self-reported by DPIC agencies using a template. The figure on the left shows science expenditures by agency, and the figure on the right, science expenditures by project category. And this is for the most recent report, which is 2020, 2021. More than half of the system's funding came from state agencies, and almost half of that funding was used for core monitoring activities, which we define as monitoring that provides information on a seasonal and daily basis to inform specific decisions on operations for water supply and fish species status. And then core monitoring is conducted almost entirely to fulfill requirements for regulatory compliance. Let's see, next slide, please. So just one more figure from the most recent report. Again, since this most recent report was our third year of data collection, we decided, well, we should start kind of showing some comparisons with 3 years. Again, it's still not a lot of data, but we figured we should start trying to show it differently. So here the figure shows changes over the 3 years. We've been collecting the data, we're building a good base here of information. And we do know that our DPIC partner agencies and other collaborative groups, such as the Collaborative Science and Adaptive Management Program, are reviewing this information annually as well. And I think that's actually it. So happy to, well, I guess I'll hand it over to Virginia first, unless there's questions.
Any questions to town?
Yeah, I have a question for you, Viet Long. You mentioned in the public forum that subsidence was mentioned. Is there a record of that meeting, either printed or recording?
I believe we have a recording of the presentation part of the forum, but after the presentation, participants broke out into groups throughout the office in sort of separate group conversations. So there's no word-by-word record of that, but we had note takers in each group taking notes on the conversations that were being had and the topics that were being discussed and what people were thinking about restoration. So we have that written down, and we have 40 pages of those notes to analyze. So yes, we do have a record.
Okay, because some of us would be interested in looking through that. Do you have a recollection of what the emphasis was? Was it restoration or carbon sequestration or subsidence reversal?
All of those topics were definitely mentioned, but in terms of our current analysis, we're not at the stage yet where we can definitively say with all of the 40 pages of notes what the most pressing issues were. So this is just an in progress status report on some of the themes that are starting to emerge.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, Bob.
I guess my question, I'm not sure who it's for Viet Long or Amanda, but in your presentation, you'd mentioned that the program was guided by 14 objectives. And I was wondering, are the objectives quantitative, time-bound?
You mean the objectives for our work plan?
Yes, for the work plan.
You know, we've not taken it, we've not, I think, played the work plan out that far yet. I think our goal right now, in fact, we have a restoration subcommittee meeting this week, and we plan to talk about how we're going to prioritize the work plan. And I don't think we've necessarily set that to any kind of metrics or anything yet. But that is something that we've been thinking about doing to better track our progress.
Yes, so, do you have any idea when they might become quantitative?
That's a good question. I don't at the moment,
Okay.
but I will talk to, so Dylan Chappell, who I mentioned, really is kind of leading this effort for the council. So, I mean, I will have a conversation with him about that. And I think a lot will depend on kind of what comes out of the restoration subcommittee conversation this week, and really kind of what's prioritized and kind of what's doable. So much of what we're doing is dependent on capacity, as we all know. So but I think I appreciate the comment and the question, and it's definitely worth us thinking through a bit more about doing.
Well, in thinking about it too, for me anyway, I see this as possibly like a model example of adaptive management. And it's hard or almost impossible to proceed adequately without those quantitative objectives.
Yeah.
And it seems like it could really be a model for so many other things that are going on in the Delta. And so it would be nice maybe, you know, to keep us updated on your progress in that arena.
Well, not only that, I mean, our ultimate goal is to help us reach the Delta Plan restoration goals of 60 to 80,000 acres. And that's a huge goal. I mean, that's big. So we can kind of figure out some kind of benchmarks along the way. That would probably be really helpful. And as you say, adaptively manage the progress and the effort that we're making.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Thanks.
I had a follow up on the work plan itself. Who is a work plan for? Is it for the subcommittee, or is it a work plan for DPIC, or is it a work plan for all of restoration going on in the Delta?
It's really for the subcommittee. I'd say it's the work that I think the subcommittee and those who are really kind of staffing the subcommittee are going to work forward. Although that is to say, I mean, the subcommittee consists of most of the DPIC agencies. So certainly, I think, and this is as we're starting to prioritize our work plan efforts, trying to figure out again, where is their capacity or which agencies are already working on this a little bit that we can tap into. So it's a subcommittee, but it's also kind of more broadly the DPIC agencies. So I guess maybe I'm thinking out loud, it's a combination of both, really.
Yeah, so do you think that DPIC might formally adopt that work plan as its mission or something like
We
that?
did take it to DPIC. Actually, have we taken it to DPIC for them to endorse? I don't think we have, because that would have been the fall meeting, which we ended up not having. So, but we will be talking about the restoration subcommittee at the April meeting. But that has been our intention we are sharing we will be sharing the work plan with them for the April meeting. But yeah, that had been kind of our initial thought, is that they would endorse it and we would keep moving, since
Okay.
it is DPIC agency staff members who are working and participating in the subcommittee.
Okay, Edmund, did you have a?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Virginia has a comment on Zoom.
Okay, thanks. Virginia, you want to go ahead, and then we'll go to Obey and Diane.
Okay, thank you so much. I saw the large amount of funding going to monitoring and a little bit to synthesis. And I wonder where reporting occurs in your budget allocation, because as you know, reporting back to the stakeholders is a huge part of effective stakeholder engagement.
Yeah, I'm trying to, I think I'll need to pull up the budget report, or maybe even Edmund knows the answer to this.
Virginia, you're talking about communication?
Yes, getting back to the numerous people interested in this, and not just data, but to me, it would be synthesizing and reporting back.
So the crosscut budget just captures what is being spent. It doesn't necessarily capture what is being done, if that makes sense. The level of detail of the crosscut budget doesn't necessarily capture what individual projects are doing in terms of synthesis. But if you're talking about communicating the larger crosscut budget, it's shared with DPIC members, it's distributed widely through the community, through the council listserv and other distribution methods. I'm not sure if that quite gets at your question.
Well, that doesn't answer it, but I think we would be very interested in knowing how DPIC is getting back to the stakeholders, and maybe that could occur at a different time. But to me, that's a huge part of this effort.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, right now, I think as Edmund said, it really is through our council listserv, kind of just communicating and letting folks know that the latest, the latest report is available and it's on our website. We've not really, especially since I think the first report came out during COVID, we've really not, really gone out much publicly to talk about it, other than, hey, it's available. So I think especially, as we get more of these reports under our belt and we have more data, yearly data to be comparing, there definitely, I think, will be increasing opportunities to share the information more widely, the wider science audience.
Yeah, and one thing I will add, the crosscut budget was developed based off stakeholder needs, and it was developed with non-DPIC member agencies that were interested, and we're definitely DPIC is definitely communicating with its partners beyond the DPIC agencies.
Obey.
Yeah, a couple of questions, short ones, but I'll ask both first. Based on my experience in the Everglades, it's very helpful to have sort of like an annual report card on particularly like Bob asked if there are any quantitative. I was wondering if you have any plans to produce that to demonstrate the benefits of that you have annually as a report card. And the second comment is, when, this is also based on the Everglades, when you implement more projects and there are more regulatory requirements and your monitoring costs are going to be increasing. And I was wondering if there's any forecast by the agencies as to what to expect in terms of monitoring costs. I see that there is a trend already here.
That's a great question. And I know that there is a concerted effort to look at the systems monitoring efforts. So I imagine those folks are probably thinking about that, but I don't know. But that's a good question. And those are exactly the types of things we're hoping that, in the collecting this funding data longer term will help them, figure these things out. And then in regards to your first comment, we don't currently actually have a plan to kind of report out annually on benchmarks. I mean, a lot of it for us ends up being like our annual reporting on performance measures that the council does, and then the council also does a 5-year review of the Delta plan. So it's kind of wrapped up in that. But in terms of things specific to DPIC or the Delta Crosscut budget report, we haven't. But yeah, that's definitely something worth considering as well. Thanks.
Good, Diane.
I think this is a question for Amanda and Viet Long. So getting back to Bob's comment about quantitative measures, one, under the category of the first of the 5 priorities or objectives, where it was communication and engagement, you mentioned regulatory and permitting processes. So are you considering using as a metric, keeping track of how long it takes for permits to be issued, or identifying which are the most significant barriers in terms of time, or see, because that could be measured along the way. Just putting that, is that something you're considering under engagement?
I don't have the work plan in front of me, so I can't tell you exactly, but we do have an entire goal that is focused on permitting. And so we know that that is a huge, something that's of huge importance to most of the DPIC agencies, and most are actively working on that, especially through resource agencies Cutting Green Tape initiative. And so we are definitely, in fact, at our meeting on Wednesday, we're having a presentation by the Cutting the Green Tape folks at California Department of Fish and Wildlife, who've been most active in this and have made a lot of progress. So I like that, yeah. And I'm just thinking about a meeting I was in last week around the administration's 30 by 30 initiative, and just they actually have just come up with a new dashboard that looks at kind of cutting green tape benchmarks. So I think that there really are opportunities for, and we are trying to kind of align the work that we're doing with the existing efforts. So yeah, I think that's something as we continue to kind of look at our work plan, consider benchmarks, continue to consider the specific activities we're going to take to meet each of those, that kind of lining up with those things that are already happening, or identifying where we could make improvements would be really key. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, back to Virginia, I believe.
This is why I'm so happy to be the chair of the Delta Stewardship Council. When you have this kind of talent and expertise and really dedicated service. I wanted to actually just circle back around to Virginia's comment, Virginia number 1, and Obey, and then a little bit on Tom. I think when I saw for the first time the crosscut budget and what it presented, huge opportunities, and obviously most of the DPIC agencies were very, very happy to see that we had a tracking system to see where money has been spent. As somebody who comes from the private sector, I look at it as in the form of, how much did we do? How well did we do it? And at the end of the day, is anybody better off, and have we learned anything? And so I think that's probably the missing link that you're referring to. And I would love to see that implemented. Again, in some form with the cross-cut budget. And it's something that, somewhat of a conversation that I've been having with other agencies throughout the state. Tom, to your question with regard to notes and subsidence, as Viet Long just so eloquently stated, when the agencies that participated, or the participants participated in the first restoration forum in February, it was interesting because I walked from table to table to hear some of the dynamics that were happening at each table, the conversations that were being had. Quite notably, there was, from what I could tell, only one landowner, one farmer. And so that was a huge, I think, deficit. So I really love that staff are really going to take this approach of how do we engage more, again, with those that are going to be most impacted. It was also very good to hear some of the conversations with regard to equity issues and restoration projects and its adverse effect, again, for communities, disadvantaged communities in the Delta. So a lot that we can learn. And so I'm really interested in seeing how they compile all of the notes that were being had with all of the various tables and discussions being held. So enough about that. I also want to thank Henry. You can see him in behind me, but Henry DeBay, I want to thank him. He is our Deputy Executive Officer for Science and who helped put my report together as well. Two other key items that I want to address for the board are the council's 2022 annual report and its 2023 work plan, which I believe is part of your meeting package. To highlight the 2022 annual report, this year was produced in a story mat format. It was something that I was really curious to see how that would work. It is an interactive webpage. It highlights the council's progress in pursuit of equitable, enduring, and science-based solutions to support furthering the co-equal goals of the Delta and implementation of the Delta Plan. Some key but not all accomplishments highlighted in the report include the amendment to Chapter 4, which has already been discussed earlier today, of the Delta Plan, also known as the Ecosystem Amendment, which broadly aims to work toward a vision of restored Delta ecosystems. It's also prioritizing levee improvements via our Delta Levees investment strategy, and that was obviously a very big and key item that we addressed as a council in our last meeting, which the council again voted to move forward with this initiative last month. The annual report also includes the releasing of a collaboratively produced science action agenda for the Delta. And then, of course, finalizing the Delta Science Tracker for science activities. And more importantly, learning about the Delta Independent Science Board from your deliberations and reviews. Looking ahead, the Council's 2023 work plan will continue to focus on the Council's mission of furthering the co-equal goals through continued collaboration with our local, state, and federal agency partners. And the key goals for 2023 include the completion of the adaptation strategy as part of Delta Adapts, the environmental justice issue paper, and improving on our tribal outreach and consultation, the second 5-year review of the Delta Plan, the 2023 Delta Science Program-led Adaptive Management Forum, the release of the 2023 Proposal Solicitation Notice or Call for Research Proposals, and then the second Salinity Management Workshop. And of course, we never can quite control the flow of covered actions that trigger our regulatory review process. So that's something we anticipate spending a lot of time on this year. And then lastly, and this is key for all of you and for all of us, and that is the Delta Lead Scientist recruitment announcement. Today, as the chair of the Delta Stewardship Council, I would like to officially request that the Delta ISB begin the process of recruiting for the next Delta lead scientist. And I see our lead scientist in front of me, Dr. Laurel Larsen, and I can't say just enough incredible things. Again, as I go out and I highlight all of you and promote all of you, I also do equally so for Dr. Larsen, highlighting again that she is a woman, a young woman, and somebody that, again, that really understands the science involved with the Delta. As you know, the Delta Reform Act stipulates that the Delta Stewardship Council consult with the Delta ISB in appointing a Delta lead scientist. I'd also like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the U.S. Geological Survey, who is a key partner to the council and who continues to support this position. Again, it's a bittersweet moment in that, we've learned so much from Laurel, and again, love her passion, her enthusiasm every time she comes to our meetings, just like she does to your meetings. She's just full of, again, that passion, that enthusiasm, and that thrust of, again, knowledge of advancing the Delta. That said, we will keep Dr. Larsen a little bit longer. She isn't due back to her academic position at UC Berkeley until July of 2024, but because of the long lead time to recruit a competitive pool of applicants, and because many applicants are academics who juggle classes and students and research, significant, again, advanced planning is necessary. And with this request to begin this process, I look forward to the board's recommendation on this matter at a future public meeting. And Dr. Werner, we're very excited to be working with you. You will be one of those members that I'm sure is going to be part of this process, as well as Steve Brandt and, of course, Lisa out in cyber world. Again, the latest outreach highlights and the legislative update is part of your meeting package. And with that, I will conclude my comments. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks again for being here.
I wanted to pursue a little bit more, in part because I'm naive, about how agricultural interests are involved in the Delta problems.
How involved are they?
Yeah, I mean, and who, not by name, but sort of organization. How do the agricultural interests, express their concerns? And
we do have a very, I'm going to say we have a very engaged list of stakeholders that work with us that are in agriculture, but I'm going to defer this to Amanda because again, when I see that we have members already involved in some of our meetings at that Delta Restoration Forum, that first one in February, obviously they're getting the information, but they're not at the table, not as many as I would like to see personally, but we do work with an extensive list, and I'm going to, again, share this microphone with Amanda.
Right, no, thanks for that question. Yeah, so for the DPIC Restoration Subcommittee, so DPIC itself is made up of state and federal agencies, but for the Restoration Subcommittee, we really are trying to kind of invite everyone to the table. And so we are working and have invited and regularly have seen participation by, representatives of reclamation districts. Gilbert Cosio, whose name and plate I see here, who I think is later on the agenda, has actually been very involved in the subcommittee. And we did actually do quite a bit of outreach to landowners in preparation for the Delta Restoration Forum. Unfortunately, only a couple came, which really made it clear to us that, I think there's value in doing the forum as we did it, but we really need to be meeting the landowners, where they are. We need to be going out to the coffee shops in the Delta or meeting folks at their kitchen tables or, whatever the case may be. But, we're really trying to think a bit more about how do we get to the reclamation district offices? How do we get to the landowners? And because they are really key, and they don't work on the 9 to 5 schedule that we do. And so, or even the 4 to 6, it's like, just like the rest of us, we've got things going on in the evenings and, and all that. So, so they are key to these conversations. And so, we really are trying to kind of think outside the box about how we get more of them kind of at the table, or how we meet them at the table, at their table. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, we're struggling with it right now in terms of this subsidence perspective, because it's they're obviously critical.
Yeah, and they're interested, and
yeah, but their interests, as I said, cover a wide range. You have very sophisticated landowners, and then those who are preoccupied with their agriculture, so they have a very different focus than. But as I read more about it, it's an interesting problem because it's going on around the world. And I was reading a story about the Dutch and the possibility of introducing water buffalo into the into their wetlands because they then don't have to drain them. So it's, the economics becomes a big deal in the process.
Just one more note, and I think your question is excellent. The Delta has changed, obviously, and it continues to change. And I actually had the opportunity to meet with a farmer not too long ago, who's basically indoctrined or adopted, I'm going to say, farm workers that have worked with them for over 25 years and who has helped them to start and build their own farm. And so to me, that says that this is a new, if you will, group of farmers that are not well informed, that have not been part of the system, the regular system. And so we need to get more creative in terms of how we do our outreach, making sure, again, that we are as effective as we possibly can and ensuring that we are reaching different demographics, even within agriculture, the agricultural community.
Any other comments on the board? Well, as long as I have the mic, Virginia, I just want to say publicly to thank you for your enthusiastic support and respect for the work of the board. It's obvious that you support us and in the public, and I think that's really valuable to us.
Well, thank you. And I think that that's really important as the chair. When I go out, and again, I come from the private sector, and so I think your board, who you are, your backgrounds, your expertise really lend, again, even more credibility to the work that we do. And so especially when meeting with legislators and the private sector people that we meet with, I think that, again, the work that you do, what you represent, and the role that you take for us is very, very valuable. So again, want to thank you all.
Okay, Edmund, have any public comments?
There are none.
Okay, thank you again. Our next item is item number 5, the Delta Lead Scientist's Report. And we'll probably take a coffee break somewhere in the middle of this report, because I know some folks, because of the change in tomorrow's agenda, will have to work on their travel plans and stuff. So we'll take that. And so Laurel?
Thank you. And it's really nice to be here in person again with all of you. This has happened too rarely in the past few years. I'll just start out by saying that there is a copy of the Delta Lead Scientist Report that I provided to the Delta Stewardship Council last week as part of your meeting packet. And also in that packet is a summary of the harmful algal blooms workshop that took place this past November. It's a really nice detailed summary of what came out of that workshop. So I think that will be of interest to some of you. I'm going to use the time probably before coffee to give you a detailed report out on the Integrated Modeling Framework workshop, which took place February 28th to March 1st. And I want to step back and give you a detailed description of what we learned in that workshop, because it's relevant to something that the Delta Independent Science Board has been calling for a long time, starting with the tenure of Dr. Peter Goodwin as the Delta lead scientist. Not only did Peter and the ISB, or not only have Peter and the ISB repeatedly called for the establishment of a modeling collaboratory, but this idea is also espoused in the Science Action Agenda and the Delta Science Plan. So it's a shared community priority, and it's been a major priority for me as lead scientist. So this Integrated Modeling Framework workshop meeting is really structured around kicking off the collaboratory, identifying the next steps that we're going to prioritize as a community, and coming up with a strategy for actually funding the collaboratory. The meeting kicked off with visionary presentations by Dr. Cisco Werner, who's the Chief Science Advisor for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Other plenary speakers included Kristen White from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, who is the outgoing operations manager for the Central Valley Project, and she's stepping into the role of Deputy Regional Director for USBR. And also Dr. Rayleigh Hood at University of Maryland Center for Environmental Sciences gave a presentation on the Chesapeake Community Modeling Center, which in some ways serves as a model for a collaboratory in our community as well. The presentations brought up ideas about incorporating human behavior into models and the importance of doing so, quantifying uncertainty, and the concept of best available tools as a complement to best available science. A panel in the morning discussed those visionary aspects further and looked at how local agencies and investigators are dealing with decision-making under deep uncertainty, assimilating data into models, designing workflows that deal with big data, computational complexity, and the need to generate information quickly, and combining information from many types of models of climate, water, ecosystems, and humans to address large-scale challenges. So some things that were particularly interesting in that morning panel were that we learned from Daria Summer at the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation how their process for reinitiation of consultation for the long-term operations of the Central Valley Project has involved a participatory process of scenario development that included public water agencies, 6 main state agencies, and NGO communities as well. Relevant to the decision-making under deep uncertainty seminar planning that the ISB is undertaking right now, we learned from Andrew Schwartz at the Department of Water Resources that DWR has been working to develop risk-informed climate scenarios based on downscaled CMIP6 data. A lot of that work has focused on moving away from managing for the mean or central tendency, but rather to plan for the approximate 80 percentile level of concern. Both of those agency panelists also highlighted the benefits of stakeholder engagement and establishing new agency academic partnerships. So these are things that I think there's growing recognition around the importance of doing within our state agencies. In the afternoon of that first day, participants identified what are the grand challenge topics that could be significantly advanced by more coordination around modeling and improved modeling tools. And I'll have you go to the next slide. I only compiled a few slides for you all today, but what you're looking at here is a combined figure that resulted from the brainstorming across the different breakout groups. So the sticky notes that you see are some of those topics that could be advanced in a major way by shared modeling resources in an integrated modeling framework, and the different colors represent the different breakout groups. But we had participants rank those topics with respect to their impact and also their feasibility, where the latter refers to cost, time, effort, and complexity. And so it was really interesting to see the topics that emerged, particularly on the high feasibility, high impact end of that spectrum, because those are potentially the topics that are the lowest hanging fruit to build the tools and resources of a collaboratory around. So sorry it came out kind of small on the PowerPoint. We can maybe also try to get printouts for you all, because I would be very interested in the discussion of hearing a little more from the ISB about the extent to which these topics resonate with you all. And I'll keep this up on the screen for a little bit longer too. In the second day, the participants got a little nerdier and more technical and addressed detailed elements of what goes into a common modeling framework in terms of modeling tools, best practices, and governance. Yes, Anna?
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
We did squint and see that the most feasible and high impact item, as was viewed by the group, was anticipating and responding to extreme events. Was there a time scale? There's a difference between anticipating something 3 days out versus season out, or versus decadal trends, let's say.
Right. And that's a good question. It also might be that there's some difference in ranking across the breakout groups. You know, one of the things there was some discussion on and also some reporting on is response to extreme flooding. So what happens if we have multiple levee breakages in the Delta at once? How do we go about prioritizing repairs in order to protect the state's water supply? And that is actually work that one of the consulting firms, Resource Management Associates, RMA, has done some work on. And so that might have been fresh in participants' minds and made that come out as highly feasible, but also something that could have a high impact. But I don't know if that particular breakout group was thinking on that short time scale or on longer time scales. I think both could apply here.
Yeah, if I can follow up, one point, I do recall that they did say that the presentations were recorded, so
Yes.
ultimately
Yeah.
we can watch those if we didn't see them. The second thing on the extreme events that and we could probably talk about every box and move it around, but to me, the prediction of extreme events is extremely difficult, like an earthquake, and but being prepared for it is very feasible. You know, earthquake structures and everything. You can prepare for an earthquake, but you can't really predict it. So the feasibility is really high on preparation, but really low. At least Tom could probably predict them, but certainly in most people, it would be hard to make that kind of a forecast. So.
Yeah.
And-
Anna, did you
and,
want to follow up on that?
I don't want to pile on, but on that same thread, I was squinting some more, and the other one that's listed as high feasibility and high impact is regime shifts. And of course, regime shifts are absolutely one of the most difficult things to anticipate. So I don't think any of us want to debate where each post-it note was, and I'm sure it wasn't designed for this type of level of scrutiny. But I think what we're hearing is that if there's opportunity for us to provide input on some of these items, it sounds like we have both interest and expertise to do so.
Yeah, and that is something that would be welcomed. As I was putting together this compilation, I was basically just overlaying the results that we got from individual groups. And I have some different opinions on some of these too. Each breakout group was maybe about eight-ish people. So it does reflect the ideas of a relatively small group of people. And one of the things I tried to do here is just use the thin dashed lines to connect sticky notes that looked similar, but came out in really different places across the different groups. I think it is really important to get ISB member feedback on these topics. And I'm jumping the gun a little bit here, but one of the next steps for this group is that multiple subsets of participants who attended the workshop are launching teams to write proposals to develop elements of the collaboratory that are focused on some of these use cases and case studies. And one of the biggest ones is a multi-UC and CSU system or team of people that is putting together a proposal for the UC Climate Action Research Initiative to build a collaboratory that is associated with really expanding some of the capabilities of the state's main operational model, CalSIM 3, daylighting it, better explaining the assumptions that go into it, providing a library of scenarios that are different permutations of downscaled CMIP6 climate scenarios, but also different operational types of scenarios. Those scenarios are going to be co-produced in consultation with broad communities of people. And then the other part of that proposal is really focused on three main use cases, which do emerge in that high feasibility, high impact quadrant. One of them, you'll see salmon water socioeconomics. There is one use case that's focused on Chinook salmon management. There's another that is focused on salinity management during drought, which is the square that's right next to that. And then the other use case, which we didn't have great representation on in the workshop, but it's a drinking water use case focused on primarily small rural communities that have somewhat tenuous connections to the surface water distribution system. We didn't feel that, or that team didn't feel that groundwater, looking at vulnerable systems that depend on groundwater was terribly feasible over the 2-year time frame, but this work will also lay the foundation for those types of analyses. But that's a long-winded way of saying, I think there are well, I know there are several groups that are putting out proposals for different aspects of this collaboratory out there by using the strategy of answering really compelling questions while producing a lot of modeling tools. And so your feedback on this is going to be appreciated. Obi, and then Diane, and then Lauren, and then Tanya.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm jumping the gun here as well. You know, I've experienced in Florida in establishing an interagency modeling center for the same kind of purpose. And in fact, I gave a talk years ago here in UC Davis on that in one of those forums. So my question is, I was wondering I listened to part of it. I was wondering how much was discussed in terms of the governance of the collaboratory. One of the big issues that we were facing is these multiple agencies have different versions of the model. And the version control became a nightmare. And you get almost like two watches trying to model the same thing. So what was decided was this, and this is the part I was not clear how the collaboratory would work. The co-location of the modelers of these various agencies was very important. In fact, they established a physical location for the IMC, as they call it. And still some agencies did not want to send people to that. And the other topic was the data and models, the maintaining the consistency of the data, version control of the data and models, both was very important. And in fact, they created what is known as a model management system. So I was wondering how much of the governance of these collaboratories would work before you dive into these special topics, which are very important, but I was curious.
Yeah, really important question. And one of the focuses of the second day of the workshop was on governance. And we allowed participants to self-organize into breakout groups. It was only a 2-day workshop, so not everyone was really working collaboratively on these questions of governance, but there was one group that was focused on governance, one group that was focused on best practices, and then there was a third group that was focused on some of the tools and technical aspects of the collaboratory. I would say that in some of the panels we did, there were some examples of existing resources or models of collaborative modeling communities that have a governance structure that we should look to in defining these next steps. So one that came up as a potentially good model to look at for its governance structure was earthdata.nasa.gov. I think we would really also appreciate learning more about the modeling center in South Florida as well. And I am jumping the gun a little bit here, and I could definitely condense the rest of my report, but one of the next steps that we're looking to catalyze within the science program is to develop a white paper out of the collective thoughts and findings that emerged from this workshop and have a concrete set of recommendations. And we plan to present that to the council and to DPIC member agencies. And, we're trying to put eggs in many baskets here in terms of what we need to do practically and in terms of funding to get a collaboratory off the ground. And one of those baskets will be to seek funding and support and investment from DPIC member agencies.
Thanks.
So,
Just follow up on that. So maybe it's premature to discuss this idea of co-locating or having a physical location for this collaboratory. I was wondering if that's something not practical here because the agencies have their own, way of doing things, for example, or.
I would say it's a long-term goal. It's part of my vision, but it's hard to see a path in the immediate future towards realizing that vision for various reasons. Yeah. But thank you. And yeah, I definitely think governance is something that we need to discuss further and do some more research on. We just really started to scratch the surface of it at the workshop. Diane.
So I was wondering about which is the funding agency for the collaboratory, or is it dispersed? And how will that influence governance?
Yeah, so right now there are several groups that are applying for competitive funding pots. So one is coming from the University of California Office of the President, which has been allocated $100 million from the legislature to fund groups that are conducting applied research that will help California meet its resilience goals. So that team that I mentioned is competing for a multi-million-dollar proposal. There's another team that's being led by Ajay Singh at Sacramento State University that is developing a proposal to the Department of Energy for a Heart of California collaboratory that really focuses on the calcium component and really daylighting that and making projections available to in-Delta communities and doing a lot of stakeholder engagement. And we have our eye on other, mostly federal potential funding sources that are coming available. But, you know, the hope is that if one of these proposals gets funded, it will demonstrate the value of this type of activity. The council and the science program will help those teams communicate what they're doing and what the impacts are to entities within the executive branch, to the agencies, also to the legislature. And long-term, we have our eye on strategies for long-term funding. We've also been talking to Peter Goodwin's group at the University of Maryland Center for Environmental Sciences. Lisa Wanger is part of that group. They're looking to really found a collaboratory for the Chesapeake Bay, and we've been talking about synergistic opportunities to work across both coasts in addressing some of these big challenges. And so there are ongoing conversations we're having with that team on how we might tap into federal funding for longer term sources of funding. You're welcome. Who did I say was next? Was it Lauren? Okay.
Yeah, I just had just a clarifying question on your diagram.
Yes.
So it sounds like each sticky note represents a use case.
Yes.
And then I just wondered if there was a little write-up associated with each use case that would be available for ISB members and the public to look at.
Not yet, but I anticipate this might be part of the white paper or workshop summary.
Okay. That it seems like the details might make a difference.
Yeah.
For folks
Yeah.
here. Thanks.
Yeah, and I think we'll have to get into the notes for the breakout sessions in order to do that. Tanya. And then
Yeah, thanks, Laurel. I guess my question was really about this, the feasibility axis there and kind of what some of the assumptions were about what is feasible.
Yeah.
And just to kind of clarify where I'm going here, I think sometimes when we think about this integrated modeling, the assumption is, can we put, you know, all these things into one model, or can we model these cases in one single model? And you know, there's multiple ways of doing interdisciplinary research that can speak to the same question, and sometimes it's not in the same model. Sometimes it's doing kind of the side-by-side approach of multiple models that are speaking to the same questions. Sometimes it's the input-output approach where your output is my input. You know, how we think about what's feasible, I guess, matters for, you know, the types of tools maybe we're considering. I think it's also important that we're not limiting what's feasible and then what we choose, because then sometimes we're ignoring really important questions.
Yeah.
So I just kind of want to hear a little bit how that conversation has been going.
Yeah, so I was in one main breakout group, but also spent a little bit of time in the other breakout groups that afternoon. So I got to hear a little bit of that conversation. And actually that was a question that kept coming up when I visited the other groups is what exactly, how should we deal with this question of feasibility? And I think most of the groups really chose to focus on, is the science available now to support model development? And are there existing models that would be relatively easy to adapt to address those questions? So I'd say most of the conversations and most of the rankings really focused on those two dimensions. So you'll see that HABS forecasting is on the chart. It's in blue, and it's kind of over to the left side, so lower on the feasibility side. And the reason for that is that I think there was recognition that the science in the Delta really isn't there yet to support HABS forecasting. And so more scientific studies are needed before we could even begin to model that process. I do want to touch on one other thing that you said, which is this question of, can we address multiple topics under the umbrella of one model, or do we need multiple models side by side? And I would say there was a lot of consensus in the workshop that emerged around wanting side-by-side models, which recognizes the history of model development in this system, even models for similar things. I think there was recognition of the value of having eventually being able to use multiple types of models to do ensemble simulations and use that as one way of estimating uncertainty associated with potential outcomes. Another related area of consensus that emerged from this workshop is that it's great to identify kind of gold standards for best practices and data format. But when we do that, we're also kind of walking a fine line, because being very prescriptive around those things can stifle innovation and might be too tight of a bottleneck for admitting models into this collaboratory. So I thought that was one interesting nugget that emerged from the workshop. Tom.
Yeah, my question had to do with the other axis, impact.
Yeah.
I know subsidence is close to zero in terms of impact, which is kind of puzzling to me
yeah.
for the Delta.
Yes, and I was not a part of that conversation. So I would say a lot of the impact discussions, though, did focus on the geographic scope of the problem, and problems that tended to be geographically limited to the Delta tended to rank lower on impact compared to problems that had wide-ranging implications for the state. Maybe this ranking of subsidence isn't quite fair, because a subsiding Delta does have implications at the statewide level too for water supply, potentially.
Well, if you take the term subsidence literally, the groundwater subsidence in the Central Valley is basically a statewide problem.
Yeah. So I think we could quibble with individual placements. To me, it was just really interesting to see where there was agreement among the groups, where there was disagreement. As you could see, a lot of groups had really different ideas. And I think this is useful as a conversation starter as well.
Yeah, no, it's a nice way of ranking things, I guess.
And in fact, I was going to say that this is really an excellent way to begin to start discussing these issues. I think the board could sit around and take each one of these boxes and try and move it into a spot we all could agree on. And again, it's a matter of the scientific feasibility of being able to make predictions. And, we first have to define what feasibility and what value is, and then some sort of societal value or ecological, whatever, ecosystem impact. And maybe we ought to consider doing that as a fun retreat someday, because I think that may help us to identify what might be some of our, it's a good framework for identifying what some of our reviews might be. Subsidence might really lose out according to this figure you. So we'll have
well,
to
I
really
also
go.
thought this would be interesting to look at across estuaries too.
Yeah.
Like if you do this for the Great Lakes, if you do this for the Chesapeake, are we facing similar assessments of the grand challenges or not?
Will we be asked to review this, you think?
We don't have plans for a formal ask right now, but that's not to say that it couldn't happen in the future. I mean, I think if this gets launched in a major way, we would want more ISB attention to it, maybe a review. But it's also something that the ISB could choose to review on their own. And that would be, that's always welcome.
Clearly, I think it's something we recommended a long time ago, back in the Fish and Flows review, I think was one of our recommendations. Hobe.
Yeah, it's just a comment and a question. So going back to Tanya's question on one model versus multiple modeling, I kind of agree with what they came out with. The reason is recently we had a workshop on interoperability of models. We were trying to look at for coastal areas, you have physical models and the social behavioral models and economic models. The problem with that interoperability concept is not all those groups of models have the same level of development. So it became very difficult to even have a conversation. Some data interoperability could be looked at. So my question is, was there any discussion, what are the research gaps in the modeling, particularly the social behavioral aspect? So, and what would it, I mean, is there a program to develop those models to a same level of physical models so you can talk about the interoperability?
So there was some discussion around this. I think there is a lot of recognition that models of social aspects of the system, even economic aspects of the Delta, surprisingly, are, there's been a lot less investment in those type of models and in that underlying research than in the biophysical models. And so we still need to write this white paper, but I would not be surprised if that's one of the recommendations that is in the white paper. And the other thing that's relevant that came out of this workshop is that you mentioned that one of the challenges of a collaboratory that has a goal of interoperability models is that the models are at different levels of development. One of the things that we did talk about is some rating system or ranking system that shows the extent to which models are being used by a broad range of people, which might be an indication of how well developed they are. This is something that the Community Surface Dynamics Modeling System Collaboratory at the University of Colorado has considered. They've been thinking about an H index for models, but some way that users who are new to this modeling community could look at the range of models and figure out which are best developed would be very useful. So I'll go on. There's just a few other things I wanted to highlight from the meeting. This has been a really great discussion, and I also want to invite Lisa to share her thoughts on the meeting. But some other good examples that we learned from were the Community Surface Dynamics Modeling System. We had Arena Overeem, who's one of the PIs on that project as an invited speaker. Another model that Erin Hester, an associate professor at UC Merced, who's really on the data assimilation and data integration side of things, recommended is the BARI Manifesto, which provides 10 principles for data interoperability that biodiversity data providers subscribe to. So there were a few model systems that were really pointed out to us. And then in the panel that was really focused on tools and elements of the collaboratory framework on the second day, some comments that struck me were a comment from Greg Gearhart, who serves as Deputy Director for the State Water Resources Control Board's, I didn't copy out the full thing. It's like their information office. I'm sorry, Greg, if you're listening, that I didn't get that right. But his comment was, we haven't yet reached the communities that we need to reach for open data. He highlighted a vision of open science with 3 main pillars of open data and methods, effective and impactful community, and equity, inclusion, and belonging, the latter of which we have not done a great job of yet. And so one of the things I saw emerge from this workshop is a strong consensus that there needs to be as much focus on the human resources side of the collaboratory as there is on the technical aspects of the collaboratory, and that stakeholder engagement and participatory science really needs to be a big part. And then I was also inspired by some of the nuggets of wisdom that Lisa imparted in her panel, which was about using a collaboratory to facilitate vulnerability assessments that identify where the system breaks, and exploration to see whether there might be a way to manage the system that's more robust to tipping points. She talked about conducting adaptive planning to identify triggers and trying to understand how human behavior adapts to changing conditions. And then just some summary items across the meeting. There were some wish lists that emerged for this collaboratory. Some of the things on that wish list included quality controlled boundary conditions, clear documentation and QA/QCing associated with validation and calibration, clear documentation of field considerations, such as vertical locations of sensors, data limitations like the potential for drift, corrections performed or needed, and uncertainty. And I mentioned already that while there was recognition that there is this need for better QA/QCing and documentation and standardization, there was also a sentiment that that this should not be too strict a criterion, and also a sentiment that these things should not be done by modelers, but rather by collaboratory staff, because modelers' time is already kind of at a breaking point. And some other things on the wish list were training in science communication with science communicators constituting part of the human resources that would be built through the collaboratory. Other human resources were to include social scientists to help promote equity goals and engage community groups. And then there was a desire for ways to interoperate models, which Obe alluded to earlier, tools for aggregating and lagging data, and generally doing pre-processing for practical operations, particularly for models that are run for operational purposes, potentially automated post-processing as well, and then tools for uncertainty analysis. So I already talked about some of the next steps, and I feel like I'm going really long. So I do want to conclude this part of the report by extending particular thanks to those people in the Delta Science program who really, this workshop could not have happened without. This includes Ben Geske, Maggie Chrisman, Henry DeBay, and Steve Culberson, along with all of the Delta Science program staff who participated as session moderators and note takers. Thanks also to Lisa for her involvement in the workshop, and maybe I'll turn it over to Lisa next to ask if she had any additional thoughts.
Well, I know we're short on time, so I'm just going to zoom out and add a couple things. Laurel, you did a fantastic job summarizing a pretty wide-ranging conversation, so excellent job. I think what was most interesting to me, just from a broad perspective, was the modelers were just really energized and engaged by having this conversation. So we've had a lot of concerns that maybe modelers are siloed. You know, the water supply modelers only talk to other water supply modelers, and there was a lot of interest in them talking to the fish modelers and vice versa. So they really appreciated the opportunity to have this conversation. And I think that goes back to the managers need to enable their modelers to have these conversations, because there are a lot of efficiencies to be gained. You know, instead of the water supply modelers having to make assumptions about how, say, fish are going to react, they could be talking to the fish modelers and they could be modeling this stuff. So I think that was very energizing. And the other thing that was also very energizing to the group was thinking across systems. So the Chesapeake Bay was presented as an example. It wasn't the only example, but how things had been organized and how progress was made. People were interested in both directions, that there were things in the Delta that energized the people in the Chesapeake Bay and vice versa. So, and I think this actually harkens back a little bit to the restoration conversation we just had, that rather than sticking within the Delta and trying to figure everything out in a very Delta specific way, there's a lot to be gained by saying, how have other people done this and what can we learn from them? And I just hope we can, as a board, do more to forward that kind of conversation. So thanks for the opportunity, Laurel.
Thanks for the comments, Lisa. And I'll also note that Steve, Bob, and Obe attended. So any additional thoughts from any of the three of you? Oh, Tom has his.
Hopefully it'll be a short question. Was the commercial sector involved in this at all?
Yes, they were. We had several representatives from key modelers within consulting agencies. Yeah. And some of them were panelists as well.
Yeah, I listened to some of the sessions, but not all of them. But I'm really excited that this is happening now. I think, like Steve mentioned, this has been under discussion for some time, call it for 10 years or maybe even more, I think. I know Jay Lund pushed for this long time ago as well. So I think it's a great start, and I'm hoping this white paper, and we'll get a chance to provide any comments on that white paper. I think it would be very helpful.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay, Steve, did you want to take a coffee break now? I have a few briefer announcements.
Yes, I think
we come
we're
back.
going to take a coffee break now, 15 minutes. So we turn at whatever, 15 minutes now, 10:57. And we are way behind on schedule, of course. And so one promise is we have a lot to do, and we're going to go until we're finished, even if it's after dark. And the second thing is for everyone who's on the agenda, if there's any way you can tighten things up, that's great. If there's something written, you can just point it to us and things like that.
Well,
So
Steve, if you want, I could just give a very abbreviated second part of the report and just basically make these announcements, and then we could end after this agenda
okay,
item.
if you'd like.
Sure. I was going to give a bit of a report out on the IEP workshop, which happened last week. But I think I will reserve that for the written form. I'll just say there were a lot of topics of interest to ISB members at that workshop. There was a great focus on early career professionals and students as well. So look for the recordings of that workshop. And Delta Science Program and of course the IEP lead scientist Steve Culbertson, who sits in the science program, were highly involved in that workshop. And then I just had a couple of quick announcements for upcoming workshops. The science program is hosting the Adaptive Management Forum on May 4th and 5th. It will have a theme of governance for adaptive management, following on the governance lunchtime seminar series that I know Tanya participated in. So we're very excited about that upcoming event. And then the other workshop I wanted to put on your radar is a joint UC Davis Coastal and Marine Sciences Institute / Delta Science Program Symposium on implications of rising temperatures for coastal, marine, and estuarine ecosystems, which will take place on May 19th. And there will be 4 main sessions. The focuses of those sessions will be physical environments and how they influence biotic responses to heat waves, organismal responses, community and ecosystem effects, and management and governance, including the effects of heat wave events on economics and how heat wave events can be integrated into future plans. One other quick announcement is that we are facing an upcoming vacancy on the Independent Science Board. Dr. Steve Brandt is going to complete his second term by January of 2024. So I will be starting a recruitment process and making a recommendation to the council later in the fall on who should be appointed. I would like some feedback from the Delta ISB on what expertise or qualifications to look for. The current plan is to fill the position with a fish biologist that aligns with Steve's expertise. But I'd like to, hopefully this will be brief, briefly entertain other ideas for areas of expertise that we should be looking for.
I'd like to start off with a recommendation of either someone in astronomy or maybe astrology, since we're going into forecasting, maybe that might be the most appropriate. But one of the things we have done also as a board in the past is we've tried to recruit people to apply. So if you know someone who has the right fit, feel free to go and recruit them to contact Laurel to apply. And our other role is kind of, if there is a gap in a discipline that we think is something we really need, then that's another sort of discussion we have in the Laurel for that.
I think the fish ecology hole that you'll be leaving behind will be a big one, given the importance of fish in this system and the extent to which they drive regulations. Anna, did you have some thoughts?
Just overall timeline, if the person would be starting in November
January.
January.
of next year. What would be the time window for nominations?
So I would welcome any nominations starting now. I have not officially kicked off the process yet, but plan to do so soon after this meeting. And after reconvening a search committee. So it's something I'll keep you all updated on. But if we are planning on making a recommendation later in the fall, it's something we'll need to launch in the next few months. Good question. Okay, if there's no more feedback, I think we need to go to public comment and then we could go to break.
There are no public comments.
Okay, let's take a 15-minute coffee break, which would be about 11:02. Returning. And I want to thank Laurel for her presentation. That particularly the discussion on integrated modeling, I think, was a lot of fun. So we have a lot of interest, I think, as a board in that topic. So.
You all.
Oh, Peter.
Oh, I know. Well, we have Lisa and
Okay, welcome back to the meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. We're moving on to item number 6 on our agenda, which is to talk about the Delta Science Tracker. And Laurel, I believe you're starting this.
yes. Oops. Okay, just scrolling down in my meeting notes. Well, I'm really happy to kick off this presentation of the Delta Science Tracker. The Science Tracker has really been a long time in the works. It was called for in the first Delta Science Plan. And I'd like to thank the Independent Science Board for encouraging the community to, well, hopefully you'll be encouraging the community to maintain the tool, keep it up to date, and explore how the Delta Science Tracker can be fully utilized in the monitoring enterprise review. I also want to thank the Independent Science Board because the development of the Delta Science Tracker really benefited from the monitoring enterprise review, particularly from the monitoring inventory, which helped identify many of the monitoring activities that populated the tracker. So as you'll learn later in this presentation, the Delta Science Tracker can help improve coordination and collaboration in the region to help address many of the Delta Independent Science Board recommendations from past reviews, such as the water quality review and fish and flows review. It's designed to facilitate progress on the Delta Science Plan's vision of one Delta, one science, an open science community that works collaboratively to build a shared body of scientific knowledge with the capacity to adapt and inform future water and environmental decisions. To provide this overview of the Delta Science Tracker, I would like to introduce George Isaac, who is a senior environmental scientist within the Delta Science program and the project manager for the Delta Science Tracker. So George, I'll turn it over to you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Can you see me on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks again. Good morning to you, Chair Ranger and board members. My name is George Isaac. As Dr. Larsen mentioned, I'm with the science program and in charge of leading the project for developing the science tracker. I'm going to keep this short and brief in the interest of time and quickly go over some of the early parts of how this came into being. The science tracker, the need for a science tracker was already mentioned in the 2019 science plan, the Delta Science Plan, and it wasn't until the end of 2018 the impetus for starting to develop this started when we conducted a user needs workshop, inviting both state and federal agencies, private consultants, and academia, and there was an overwhelming need and a value that was announced at that meeting. So we started this project in early 2019, actually early 2020, and completed the project in December last year. And we were able to get it to go online in January. And there's still a few kinks as with all software releases. We are still developing some of the fine-tuning the tracker itself. So as you can see here, the tracker was to establish an inventory of science activities in Delta, track funding and progress, and foster collaboration, and also a tool for communication of science activities in Delta. So this, what you're seeing is the tracker's landing page that starts off with a search engine that can be tailored or filtered as the user needs. As we go down, we see there's 3 areas of visualization that the tracker has. This aggregates information in science activities for funding and for collaboration. Moving down, there's a spot for featured projects. And on the left side, you see an area for the recently updated projects, and then a Twitter feed on the right side. And these are some of the project partners that helped us during the development of the project. Now, there are several ways to go in and look for a science project, either through these filtration, or you can go into a global search by clicking on this and then entering a keywords and then looking for that project. So here's the project that came up when I entered just the low-cost satellite remote sensing. And this is a typical project page that has a brief description, the names of the collaborators, the lead scientists, funding summaries, and products and outputs, publications, or even sources of data that was generated from the project. Now, one of the things that we realized or we heard from the community and the project partners is that many of the science activities, the lead scientist or the lead project was always required to submit a summary to the upper management. And so we included this little report generation for each project here, which when clicked opens up a summarized 1-pager or a 2-pager of the project itself, which can be then it's in Word format, so it can be tailored, or a particular agency's logo can be put on it, and it has all the information that's summarized neatly into a 2-pager. It has the view count and a download count too. Moving back to the landing page, I want to take you down to some of the summarized information. Science activity, for example, has a graphical information that shows the number of activities under these different categories, and it can be further tuned down or filtered into more advanced, using more advanced filters here. And these graphical charts are interactive, as you can see here. Native species management, we have about 95 projects uploaded here, and clicking on that will take you to all of those projects. The second summarized information is on funding, which was a very important part of what we heard from the project partners. And these also can be filtered down looking at management theme or other filters that may use either science theme or Delta regions. And these bar charts here show you, for example, by moving the pointer, shows you the amount of money spent on water quality for this particular year. And then clicking on them again, of course, will take you to all those different projects. The third important part of the tracker was to promote collaboration and cooperation among agencies and researchers and scientists. And this is a network diagram here that shows how researchers are connected with each other on common projects. And the blue line here highlights the particular project that these two researchers are involved in. Clicking on it shows you the title of the project, and then you can go into that project to see which the information about those projects. So these were some of the highlights of the tracker here, and I'd like to stop here to get your information. There's, like I mentioned earlier, there's several ways to start looking and diving into these information in the tracker. So let me stop here and see if there's any questions or comments from you folks.
I have one question to start, Steve. Here, firstly, this is tremendous. This is really great to get this out and to see this live and have the opportunity to play with it. How challenging is it to keep up to date? Because there's obviously projects terminate and new projects start, and particularly when you think about when there's a new product from a project, such as a publication, how do you keep track of that? I know it's really hard for myself to keep my resume up, but you can imagine just that people trying to do publications on a project, and this is another place to send it to or something. You see that as a real challenge?
So the way we have designed the tracker is that every project lead actually registers with the tracker, has a password, and uploads his or their projects onto the tracker. And at any point in time, they can keep updating their projects. So the ownership of a project information and updating the project lies on the lead scientist who is driving that project.
Okay, so you don't track the scientists per se, then it's really sort of an honorary system. Are there I can see some advantages to the project leads to do this. Are there other incentives for them that would be encourage them to keep things up to date?
One of the things, as I mentioned earlier, that most of the projects require one of the incentives that we provided was that project leads have a requirement to send a summary report almost every month in some agencies. And the tracker, once they have their information on the tracker, they can pull down the summary report, and they can send it off. They can, either edit it and send it off to the upper management as needed. So that was one of the incentives we had there. Second thing is it's a centralized hub where scientists can go and look at other similar studies. So, and we have enough interest already there for the community to bring their projects into the tracker. And the last thing is most of our contracts that we give out to the community for projects, we do have language written in the contracts that they have to upload their projects into the tracker. And I believe at this time there are other agencies also interested in developing similar languages so they can get the tracker to be populated with other projects and from other agencies also.
Okay, let's go to Tom, then Enga, and I think somebody online after that.
George, this is really great. Is it online and can we use it?
It is online. The address on there, as you see on the URL is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can send it to the folks around too.
Yeah, and also it's part of your meeting package online. If you go to the event accordion, you'll find the Delta Science Tracker link.
And also to let you know, we have tried to import most of the MER projects into the tracker. However, I must say that during the tracker's development, we uploaded about 300 projects, and so it doesn't fully give you the complete picture of all the projects in the community at this time in the Delta. And we are hoping in the next 2 or 3 months we will be going out and presenting this to various agencies and encouraging them to start uploading the projects.
Okay, Enga?
Yeah, I think this is a wonderful tool. I have two questions. Maybe I missed some information on what time period is covered. Did you also upload projects that are in the past, for example? Or is it just current projects? And the other question refers to, kind of follows in Steve's footsteps. Is there funding to keep this up and updated in the future?
So yes, we have gone back about 5-6 years, and some of the MER projects are, even beyond that. We have uploaded many of those. But moving forward, it'll be mostly the current and the future projects that's coming into this. The science program is the lead agency for maintaining and continuing to update this the tracker itself. And we will be having a work group consisting of different leads from different agencies that will meet from time to time to understand what the user needs are, and if there's need to update this or need to add extra functionalities and other things like that. So we will be in touch with most of the users and understanding what else needs to come into this, and maybe down the line we'll have another version for it too.
Edmund, do we have a hand up?
So I had my hand up. This is Virginia.
Okay, Virginia.
This is a wonderful tool. Congratulations on all the progress you made. So I have an unfair question because this is a science tracker for science activities, but it seems like it's a really good approach to think about communication to that broader stakeholder audience, to put things like impacts of the science and recommendations, and to reach out to that other audience as well. So I challenge you to expand even further, but good work thus far.
Well noted. Thank you.
Okay, Bob.
I was wondering if in the science tracker, you've mentioned agencies a lot, but does the tracker include academic organizations or nonprofits, other groups that would be doing science in the Delta?
Yes, it does include academia and private consultants, anyone who's doing science, especially receiving funds from state and federal agencies.
Oh, that's great. Second question has to do with synthesis. Do you have plans to kind of act as a catalyst for synthesizing some of this information? And as Virginia says, it could be a great portal for getting kind of the essential information out to many of the stakeholders. So do you have plans for synthesis?
Currently, the some of the functionalities of the tracker, when you meant synthesis, I'm wondering if you're talking about synthesizing some of the information from the various science activities in the Delta. So we do have a very complex search engine where you can go in and say how much money was spent on Delta smelt in the last year or so. So the tool does provide for that functionality as far as synthesizing, or for example, how many studies were done on salmon or water quality and things like that.
Okay, all right, understood. Well, thank you.
Okay, Ober.
Yeah, I was curious. So what happens when a science activity is completed? Does that disappear from the tracker, or is there a place for summarizing the outcomes of that activity somewhere?
It will remain in the tracker.
So is there a place for somebody to add the outcomes of that activity? So
when the project is completed, we expect the project lead to complete the information on that, publications, data sources, etc. And we will monitor the project from that time onwards. It probably ended, but it'll stay as a catalog, as part of the catalog in the science tracker.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, I think, thanks very much for that presentation. I think I would encourage board members to go on. I know Lisa's done this, but and start playing around with the numbers, particularly just thinking about what was done with the monitoring and how it does connect a lot to the monitoring. We saw earlier about how much money is being spent on science, and most of it in many respects is monitoring in one way or another. So I think there's some real connection to what we've done in the past and even what we might be doing in terms of our current work to see what's current reviews. It's a good way to start, perhaps. Any public comments, Edmund?
There are none.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 7, which is the discussion of our first prospectus. And I think Lisa's leading that conversation.
I'm the guinea pig here, huh? Okay. So I'm here to represent the decision-making under deep uncertainty group, and Obey and Tanya are also co-leads with me, and Laurel Larsen. So, except for only on parts of it, but we'll get to that. So we've talked about this a couple times before. So I'm going to summarize this pretty quickly. You have the proposal in front of you. We tried to keep it terse so that it wasn't too long to read. The important things. All right, well, I guess there's a little bit of process to give you. So the background is, we've already incorporated some of your feedback into the prospectus that is now in your packet. Both your input, public input, and basically have, whenever I get a chance, I talk to everyone about it and see what they have to say. So to help kick off this review, and we're looking for more feedback today, but to help kick off the review, we are planning a public seminar series to familiarize people with the concepts and start sharing information across agencies about what's already going on. Laurel mentioned, for example, that Andrew Schwartz is basically already doing DMDU. And so I think it would be very interesting to hear how it's being applied in a practical way. But back to the seminar series, we have 2 speakers confirmed at this point, Alice Hill and Robert Lempert. And Alice Hill, if you don't know, is the David Rubenstein Senior Fellow for Energy and the Environment at the Council on Foreign Relations. And we're particularly picking on the expertise she developed when she worked for the Obama administration as a resilience advisor. And during or after that time, she wrote a book called Building a Resilient Tomorrow: How to Prepare for the Coming Climate Disruption. And what we hope in this first seminar, which she wanted structured as an interview to keep it vibrant and interesting, we hope she'll be sharing some of the practical advice and the success stories of how she integrated resilience and DMDU concepts into decision-making. So please share that information that she's going to be speaking at what is currently now our planned next ISB meeting. I can't believe I didn't write down the date. In April, you'll get an announcement.
26th.
Thank you. Gosh, the April 26th at noon Pacific time. Thank you. I did write it down. I just couldn't see it in my notes. And so I think she's going to be setting the stage. Please share that information with policymakers, not just modelers and scientists, because I think she really helps to explain why we need to pay attention to DMDU. Okay, so, and that announcement will also go out on the listserv. All right, very quickly, what does the prospectus have in it? Really, it's a description of 3 components of what we propose to do. So the seminar series explores the work that's already being done, and whether there are decision-ready elements of DMDU that can be made accessible and useful to decision makers. There's the second component is a review of scenarios in use. So a key tool of decision-making under deep uncertainty is scenario analysis, because many of the risks or future changes that we're looking at we can't associate a probability with them. So the alternative is to just say, run what if scenarios. But there's a science to that. And I'm not sure that is actually well understood among those who develop scenarios. I'm sure it is among some, but there's a way to make scenarios more useful through science. And so our first part of this is to look at what scenarios are in use and how well are people using the science of scenario development. And then we plan to synthesize what we learn and hold a workshop with some practical recommendations for applying decision-making under deep uncertainty. And some specifics of what that might look like could be, whether scenario development might be supported by new types of data analysis and greater social science integration, such as behavioral feedback. So we're exploring, what's the state of use right now and where can we be helpful? And so we'll be looking at that and generating some recommendations. Okay, so with that, I'll open up to discussion again on the topic of the DMDU prospectus. Any comments from the board?
Let me just start off with one. Lisa, you mentioned a workshop, but I don't see that in your prospectus.
It's interesting. I'll have to
Plan
take
to have a workshop, and
yeah, the workshop was intended to come toward the end. I think it possibly is buried in a long texty bullet point as opposed to being neatly on some graphic, but
I think it's called seminars.
well,
The public
the
seminar
workshop
series?
was separate from the
Or was it
seminars.
separate?
Yeah. Huh. So maybe we aren't having that workshop. I think,
Lisa, Dr. Wanger, do you mind if I clarify a bit?
please.
Yeah, so the inputs of the review are the seminars, the inventory and the interviews. The workshop is part of like the expected products and outcomes section. So you'll see the description of the workshop here. The idea was like once the recommendations report is out, then there will be a workshop to discuss the recommendations report. So it's currently under the expected products and outcomes.
I think the idea there is really to refine some of the synthesis and pull out the key recommendations. So maybe we didn't word that ideally, and we could go back and think about that. We've had many hands on this prospectus, so I apologize if I lost track of exactly how we structured it. But we will. The main thrust is the seminar series, doing a kind of web-based search and review of scenarios, but also talking to folks to better understand how they're using those scenarios and if they are applying any DMDU concepts. So, and the workshop is a kind of final, bow on the whole thing. We'll make that clear. We can make that clearer.
Lisa, I wanted to focus in on the issue of rapid change and how it's incorporated. And I'm going to ramble a little bit and then focus a little bit more. I was reading an obituary of William Wolfe, who was a preeminent computer scientist, and he had an interesting definition of engineering as problem solving with constraints. And I started thinking of the Delta in terms of that definition. And I realized if you look at the Delta as an engineering problem, the co-equal goals sort of define the problem. It's providing a reliable water supply and protecting and restoring and enhancing the Delta. And if you ask yourself what the constraints are, it seems to me it's primarily climate change and this problem of rapid change in the sense that it applies to ecology. And I worked with Dick and the group that wrote the paper, I think just when you were joining the board, and I think you've talked to Dick as well. And the rapid change thing was the biggest issue because the problem was the ecology of these systems is changing faster than the science that you have to address it. And I don't think we could really answer the question of how to fix that challenge, but it seemed to be the key issue. And I'm curious how you're going to crack that nut.
Well, thanks for the question, Tom. And I just want to let Obe and Tanya and Laurel, if she's still around, if they want to comment on this too, feel free. But my response to that is that the scenarios have multiple goals, these what if scenarios. It's not only a matter of looking at the worst case scenario or the best case scenario. It's really designing scenarios in a way that help you see different sources of risk and also looking at the governance process to see if you're prepared. So while I agree with everything you just said, I think there's a parallel issue of the system is changing so fast that governments aren't nimble in their how they make decisions in responding to these things too. So there are things on the social and institutional side that are analogous to your concerns on the ecological side. So yes, I think we recognize this and very much this idea of being more nimble and more adaptive is embedded in our goals. But we're just taking one particular slice, which is, are you thinking about extreme events? Are you thinking about the potential for things to compound? Are you thinking about how human behavioral feedbacks might make things better or worse? And so there's a lot to unpack there, and we're not going to solve all that, but I think we're taking this one approach of what role can scenarios play. Do others want to add?
Does that mean you will try and define some rapid changes?
Well, I think our recommendations are not going to be that specific necessarily. I think we don't know, honestly, where our best contribution is here. But I think because different systems have different stressors, there's the science of scenario development is more about finding uncorrelated stressors and forcing yourself to use data to look at how things really are changing, as opposed to old conceptual models you may have about how things work or are changing. So I think some specifics may come out in terms of some rapid changes, but I think it's more likely to come from, oh, look, here's what DWR has uncovered is Bureau of Reclamation using that same analysis to inform their scenarios. That's more what I imagine, as opposed to us saying this is the exact change you should look at. But it remains to be seen. Do others agree, disagree?
It just seems to me this rapid change thing is probably the biggest issue, because when you think about how science has progressed during our lifetime, and take biology, for example, with the tremendous impact of our understanding of genetics now. If you had gone back to maybe the 1940s, you couldn't have even forecasted that impact on biology. The biology I took in high school was so different from what you see today. I mean, the science has changed, and I think that's what we're talking about when we're talking about rapid change.
Yeah, can I add to what Lisa said? If I understand you correctly, Tom. So here, I think we are dealing with situations of future change that are highly uncertain. In other words, we don't, the predictability is very difficult due to we don't even have the models or probabilities that we can define. So when we talk about that type of situation, scenarios could include rapid change or could be continuous change into a regime that we can't even predict very well, but they had to be plausible scenarios. And I think in the introductory statement, the rapid change is mentioned a couple of times. So that would be part of the scenarios, I would imagine, that we would look at.
I guess my concern is a lot of rapid change is probably unknowable to us. We can speculate about things that we have some knowledge of today, but I mean, change, for example, the changes in the ecology of the ocean are going to impact the delta, and you just start to get into this very complex thing where because we haven't been through it yet, we don't know, how it would work.
I mean, I think if you can't develop some plausible scenarios, obviously, that's not, in my opinion, that's probably not practical to even think about it, unless we want to think of a worst case scenario that could happen. But I think the scenario development is important in that sense that we need to come up with some plausible scenarios into the future. For example, like climate change is one, the changes in the delta or maybe the agriculture will disappear someday for whatever changes. I think those are both types of scenarios that we may need to look at. We saw some of these atmospheric river situations in the future. What are the future scenarios that could completely change the system in Delta? I think that's a kind of an example of what we are looking for. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Lisa and Tanya.
I think that's a great point, Albie. If I could just add one little thing. So in addition to say, looking at how the data has changed. So one thing we can do to sort of understand change that we're not paying attention to is looking at trends in the data, making ourselves look hard at what we see. But there's also a systemic approach called horizon scanning, where you look for signs of change or potential changes that people are talking about, that maybe one or two researchers are talking about, and you really try to assess whether those are worth putting into a scenario. And so, there's an example from the Institute for the Future and Jane McGonigal, who she put together a scenario of a global pandemic, wildfires, and disinformation campaigns all happening simultaneously. And then it actually happened. And people looked to her and they said, wow, are you just a great prognosticator? How did you see that this was coming? And her answer was, the signs were there all the time, just we were choosing not to pay attention to them. So I think that kind of horizon scanning can be very powerful. You're forcing yourself to look at things that you've been dismissive in the past. I see Virginia has her hand up.
Well, I totally agree with what you just said, Lisa. So thank you for those comments. I think a really good example is the IPCC scenario assessment, where they looked at scenarios and what they thought were kind of unlikely and extreme scenarios are proving to play out in many cases. And I've had the same experience in scenarios when I've run. We thought was what an extreme case, and then when it happened, that happens. And then again, you look at what happened during COVID, and if you read a book that summarizes the flu epidemic in the 1800s, a lot of the things that came to pass are in that book, which he updated in 2019, right before COVID struck. So it takes some thoughtful searching to find these, but often the information is there or is in our imagination.
Okay, I've got Bob, then Anna, then Laurel.
Lisa and team, let me preface what I'm going to say by letting you know that I really like the idea of what you're proposing. And I do think it's something that eventually should go ahead. But at the same time, I do have a couple of concerns. And I guess the first concern I had in reading the prospectus was I didn't find it very compelling. I liked the ideas, and it had all the right words and concepts in it, but I personally, I tend to be a bit more pragmatic in the sense I wanted to see a little bit of kind of proof of concept, or at least have an idea of how this activity would eventually contribute to some management application to make the Delta a better place. And I don't think it has to be entirely, real, but I needed to be able to see how this activity was actually going to be used, going forward. And maybe that comes about from using examples of other activities that are similar to this one that, you and Virginia have just spoken about, is, giving those as a way of convincing me, that this is a worthwhile activity at this time. My second concern has to do with the scenarios, and I agree with all of you that doing the scenarios is vitally important. But I'm also kind of afraid is that they become down the road accepted as, or they're seen as desired future conditions, and that's something I think we should tread very lightly on, in that the sense that we're exploring some plausible scenarios, but we definitely, don't think we want to propose them in any way, shape, or form as desired future conditions for the Delta. They may be from an ecological perspective or a social perspective, but I think we want to be very careful about that going forward. So anyway, just to quickly summarize, my concern really has to do with the fact that I'd like to see a little bit more proof of concept, and or at least be convinced that this isn't an activity where we're going to go out and we're going to talk for 2 years and come up with scenarios, and they may or may not have any real management applications down the road. And then second is to really make sure we avoid any idea that we're talking about desired future conditions through our scenario analysis. So leave it with that. Thanks.
Hey, Anna.
I know that I'm next, but Tanya, if you want to speak to this point first, go ahead.
Well, I think one point to clarify, and Bob, I appreciate your recommendation on kind of motivating the reader here. I think that's something we could easily do. We aren't, as a board, going to be doing the scenarios, though. I mean, our effort really is to understand how scenarios are currently being used within the Delta, and whether or not they're following some of the recommendations for how these types of scenarios can be developed to address some of this deep uncertainty. And so we might be evaluating the quality of some of the scenarios that are being done, or giving some feedback on ways that that scenario development could be improved, I suspect. I mean, again, as Lisa said, we're not quite sure what the final output's going to be, but we aren't going to be developing the scenarios ourselves. So just hopefully make that clear.
If I can just add to that,
Yeah.
I would make that more clear in the document then, because I had the same confusion as Bob. It wasn't clear exactly whether you were going to be doing a bunch of scenario analyses or whether you were just going to, synthesize and assess
synthesize and assess the state of what is being done, and what could be done, perhaps. You want to jump in, Laurel?
I'd love to. So, in terms of what could come out of this too, one of the things we would be doing in the seminar series is exploring tools and techniques that could be adapted to a wide range of problems, such as risk analysis. We expect to hear from DWR on that, or robust decision making, which is a formulaic method that the RAND Corporation has really been spreading information about with respect to decision making under deep uncertainty. We talked a little bit earlier about a workshop as potentially coming after the seminar series. And, this is not something I would be involved in. This is the ISB territory, but just from where I'm sitting, I see one potential thing to come out of this workshop as maybe recommendations of best practices agencies might adopt that they're not doing now. One of the things that we did see statewide was a multi-agency simulation of what might happen if multiple intense atmospheric rivers were received, which better equipped state agencies to deal with the current situation that we're facing. And maybe a recommendation would be that more of those efforts to anticipate other combinations of events would be needed. Another thing that came up earlier with Tom asking about whether we would promote or think about scenarios that the ecology of the ocean completely changing that are hard to foresee. Well, that might be something that would be explored in the workshop, would be what are those signals of the unanticipated that are starting to manifest themselves. And, one of the signals that speaks to your example might be the proliferation of anchovies that led to thiamine deficiencies in salmon within the Delta. So, yeah, just that's how I see this effort fitting into those questions.
And I'm going to jump in response to that again. At least the public version of the prospectus does not have the word workshop in it. And so I think you should, I know in the food was, we talked a lot about, outlining what was going to be done and what the objectives of the workshop is, which I think would help round this out a bit, because, and maybe help focus what the final product would be if there were specific objectives to that workshop, from which there would be a specific set of products or questions asked. Bob?
And I think also it would help too, Tanya and Lauren, you gave some, I think, very good examples of the kinds of scenarios that might be pursued. And just having a list of a few of those to give the reader some idea of where you're going with this in terms of, what the pragmatic activities might be, going forward. I just felt after reading it, I felt empty at the end. I liked everything, but I wasn't quite sure what you were doing. Or if you were going to, I know. You do not want me to feel empty. Anyway.
Okay, I believe Anna and then Obe.
So the last few comments have touched on what I was going to bring up, and especially Tanya, I appreciated your clarification. I thought that was very helpful. I think what I took away from the first set of comments, including Tom's, and this is a little bit how I was thinking about it as well, is that as someone who's more on the sort of physical and biological science side of things, it seems that how those scenarios are defined and selected is really central, because even though the topic is around decision making and the resilience of the governance systems, the decision making, the management structures, it seems like that would be very dependent on the specific types of scenarios that are examined. And this horizon scanning concept that Lisa talked about is a new concept from my perspective, not one that's used in my scientific community, but certainly there are others, whether it's the use of integrated assessment models, or looking at internal variability in climate models, or looking at outliers in ensembles of model simulations. And so I think this can all be incorporated, but this concept of how does one choose and define scenarios, perhaps across a broader set of disciplines, could be an interesting component here, because again, not my area, but if it's more sort of people sitting in a room, it's like, what's a crazy set of 3 or 4 things that could happen at once? That feels very qualitative and subjective. And on the one hand, I can understand how that might be exactly the kind of thing you want, because you want something that no set of models have simulated. On the other hand, it seems like that's an infinite set, and which ones you pick from an infinite set would determine or would have impact on your conclusions about the resilience of the decision-making structures that you have in place. And so I wonder whether this is an opportunity to explore these questions from a bit more of a multidisciplinary context, whereas currently it's and that's a choice you can make, very deeply rooted in the more the social science decision-making, discipline and expertise. But it's certainly something that, especially when we're talking about managing a physical system, has opportunity for that multifaceted analysis. And that's a little bit where at least I'm hearing the kinds of comments that Tom was bringing up coming from, and some of the other ones as well.
Yeah, just to probably what I'm going to say has probably been said before here. Looking at from a planning point of view, we see there's a lot of restoration planning going on by various agencies. But in my opinion, we are not seeing this, are they looking at these black swans of the future? Basically, those rare extreme events, and you're investing so many billions of dollars. What would happen to the system in that context? So I think that's the kind of analysis we are talking about, those rare, and it is not, the scenarios are not, in my opinion, not a desirable state of the system in the future. It's like, what scenarios would we need to consider when we invest so much money into this system to restore the system? So there are extremes that we don't have it in our data, but those are potential to happen in the future, let's say due to climate change or some major land use change, or people deciding to move out of certain area, for example. Those are, and I agree, maybe the document is not very clear on those examples. And I think that's the kind of scenario development. And in terms of tools, I think they are not very clear here. We looked at stress testing, what they call decision scaling, or RAN type, XLRM type analysis, or decision making under deep uncertainty. So by having the seminars from experts like Alice Hill and Rob Lampert and others, we'll get the state of the science, and then we are involving in our workshop, not workshops, maybe meetings with the management, the resource managers. Have they thought about it? What have they done up to date? And going forward, are they willing to, in this workshop setting, are they going to look at this in a more concrete way to look at those future highly uncertain, deeply uncertain situations that could happen, or what would happen to the system? I think that's kind of, I don't know if that's kind of the way I look at it.
Yeah, I was just going to add on briefly there and kind of respond to Anna's comment. In the inventory and the analysis of scenarios that we're hoping to do, I think we do want to take a kind of a broad approach to understanding or to capturing what scenarios are out there, a very interdisciplinary approach, not just a narrow set of, are there scenarios out there that kind of fit within this DMDU model? I think the goal was to assess a broader suite of scenarios and then look for some of these characteristics of stress testing, of, are there approaches that are being used that kind of reflect some of these best practices of DMDU? And so that the social science is coming in more in the kind of how we evaluate the kind of quality of scenarios for their capacity to address deep uncertainty, and then to guide us in maybe some of the recommendations that could potentially improve some of those scenarios. So hopefully that kind of addresses some of your concerns there, Anna, but yeah, I think we could probably articulate that better.
And could I add just a little bit?
I think I really like that framing, and I really like the discussion we're having here. And so potentially getting back to sort of, I'll put it a little bit more mildly than Bob. I think if that came through more in the prospectus, it would be the goal and the focus, and most importantly, the value of doing this analysis, I think would be clear.
Yeah, thank you.
And I would add to that, maybe even some examples, because when you say scenario analysis, to me, that's not my field, but I mean, I'm not sure whether you're talking about from a driver perspective, like climate change or from a response perspective. So I think about fish abundances, and I can think of a whole bunch of things that could happen out in the ocean, and a variety of things that could really disrupt our expectation of fish abundance that we're not currently including. And I could do it both ways, from either direction. And horizon scanning, all that depends on how many years you're looking out and what's your time frame. So I think and I can understand going broad to try and see what's going on out there, which makes sense. But ultimately, it might be useful to have a couple of examples, or maybe important ones that come up in the context of the Delta, and that they would be further explored, and with recommendations on how one might, as an example, improve this. I don't feel as empty as Bob, but I was maybe as confused. But
Laurel gave one of those examples earlier today too, the DWR's efforts. So that's something we could at least illustrate in there better. So Lisa was trying to jump in, I think.
Lisa,
yeah, thanks,
Tanya. There?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate the comments and the points to make us clearer, because we all know what we're talking about, so perhaps we haven't explained it as well as we could. But Anna, I wrote down what Anna said. She said how scenarios are defined and selected is central. Yes, I mean that is exactly our goal, is to say how are scenarios being defined and selected, because their usefulness for understanding future risk depends on how they're defined and selected. So. And this, just speaking to whether this is practical and useful, DWR is already doing it. So I think we have at least some people convinced it is practical and useful. So you know, we need to work on the prospectus apparently to make that more clear. This is not some academic exercise. It has very practical implications. So. All right, is it back to me as ringleader? Are there any
You
other
were
comments?
ringleader for this topic.
Mhm. Are there any other comments or questions? Okay, so it sounds to me like people want to see another version of this before it goes public. So I think we hold off on the vote and we work on a new version that's more clear what our intent is, and then we'll come back to the board. Sound good?
Okay, that sounds like a recommendation. Any public comments on this, Edmund?
There are none.
Well, we're amazingly 4 minutes ahead of schedule. So we're going to take a lunch and we can reconvene at 12 o'clock. I'm sorry, 1 o'clock. I'm on some other time zone. So 4 minute lunch. No, reconvene at 1 o'clock. Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone back to the meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. And we're moving on to item number 8, which is a presentation on the overview of impacts on recent storms in the Delta. And in January, at our January meeting, there was an interest to learn more about how the Delta communities were impacted and responded to the floods. So at today's meeting, we have Tom Slater, who is a commission member representing the North Delta Reclamation Districts, and Gilbert Cosio, who's the president of the River Delta Consulting. So I'm not sure who's starting, but feel free to introduce yourself and begin. Thank you for coming to our meeting too.
Welcome. Go ahead, Tom.
My pleasure. Yes, this is Tom Slater, and I am part of the Delta Protection Commission. I'm a commissioner on that board. I also am chairman of the Reclamation District 999, which is a large district just south of the city of West Sacramento, on the Yolo County side of the river, so very close to where you're seating today. I also sit on the board for the North Delta Water Agency, the holders of a very important water supply and water quality contract with the state. I also sit on the Yolo Groundwater Sustainability Agency board, which of course result from the Sigma Act of 2014, I believe. I also, I'm here in Washington, D.C. today as the chairman of the board for the California Association of Wine Grape Growers, doing some lobbying and sneaking in a few conversations about flood control because I chair the California Central Valley Flood Control Association. So those are my unofficial titles, and I'll turn it over to Gilbert to present.
Well, thanks, Tom. And thanks, Chair Wanger and Moderator Grant. When I opened up the meeting this morning, I was kind of confused. Is it just virtual? And then I realized, no, it's Chair Wanger couldn't make it in. Anyway, I wanted Tom to introduce himself first because he does have a lot of background, which a lot of people in the Delta do. You had mentioned you guys were going to be touring Rinse Track with Tom Zuckerman. He's another great asset in the Delta because of all his connections and not only farming, but all the other things that he's involved with. My name is Gilbert Cosio. I'm with River Delta Consulting. I've been an engineer for reclamation districts for over 39 years. The first 38 years, I was a member of a company called MBK Engineers. And last January, I retired, so to speak. One of my colleagues is calling it a soft retirement because I'll never totally retire. I want it to be a kind of an asset and a resource to anybody in the Delta that needed it. So I'm having a good time this last year and a half, kind of spreading myself out and doing things like this, talking in front of you and providing whatever information helps everybody. So we do get to our goal, which is to fix the Delta. Won't happen in my lifetime, but I'm sure it'll get there at some point. What I wanted to do first, next slide, Kevin. I wanted to kind of go back and talk about the flood that started in January. And we'll talk at the end about what's going on now because the flood hasn't ended. It may not be in the same areas that got hit in January, but it's still out there. And it'll continue, especially in the San Joaquin side, through the snowmelt. San Joaquin is very susceptible to snowmelt runoff, and they aren't going to be able to control everything that comes off there in a manner that will keep the levees safe. They're going to have some issues down there. I just put up a slide that kind of shows you how the flood in January compares to some past floods the last 40 years. These are all floods you'd probably remember, 1983, 86, 97, 98, 06, 2011, 2017, which was the one just a few years ago, and then 2023. I've got two gauges listed that show the different elevations of water, which is kind of the key when people think of a flood. How high is the water going to get? How high is the levee? Yada, yada, yada. But if you look at what happens here, the elevation in the central delta at the gauge that's called San Joaquin River at Venice Island is driven more by the tides and tidal surge. So if you look at the floods that happened in these years and the flows they produced and whatnot, you'll see there's no real correlation between all that stuff. In particular, 1998, the gauge at Venice Island hit 9.81 on the NGVD datum. The 100-year flood's 10.05, so we got within 3 inches of the 100-year flood. That was a big flood flow-wise, but the day that it was actually this high was just this very low pressure that came through with this gigantic wind, and it just sucked. Literally, you could see the water coming up. DWR makes forecasts every morning, and this is one of the gauges they forecast, and they missed that gauge by 1.5 feet. And I'm getting calls from farmers all over the Delta saying, what happened? We weren't ready for this high of water. And so you always got to be ready for anything out there, especially in the central Delta. And I showed that one because a good portion of the Delta is controlled more by the tides and the tide surges than it is by inflow. The other gauge I'm showing is the McKellamie River at Benson's Ferry. That's right downstream of McKellamie and Cosumnes confluence, and right as it enters the Delta at Franklin Boulevard. And this one's a good one to look at this year because it really got things going in the North Delta. And it's unique in that on the Cosumnes side, there's no regulation. You've got the McKellamie coming in with Pardee and Comanche kind of regulating those flows, but on the Cosumnes side, it's kind of a wild card during these floods. And those first storms in late December, early January, just centered right over that Cosumnes Basin. And you heard all the reports of the flooding in Wilton, and Highway 99 got flooded and whatnot. And that is just immediately upstream from the Delta, which is where this gauge is. And I put in parentheses as compiled by MBK engineers because this has been an interesting gauge for the locals in the Delta because in my almost 40 years of experience out there, the datum for this gauge has changed 4 different times. It was one datum, it changed, the landowners got upset, it changed back to the datum, and then it changed again when NGVD came out and they changed all the gauges to NGV datum in 2006. One of the things I wanted to point out is 1997. which everybody remembers as a big flood. It was particularly large on the Cosumnes Basin. It was estimated to be about 150-year flood. And we've got the gauge peak at 20.91. I remember watching that in 1997, and it was supposed to be about 2 feet higher was the original estimate. But all the levees that broke this year broke back in 1997 and saved the Delta. So it's not unusual for levees up in the Cosumnes Basin to start breaking. And I know they've been talking about doing something up there to keep that from happening. And it's going to be an interesting sell if it does come, because one, that means more water is going to get on Highway 99 and definitely more water to get into the Delta. And so that's something the flood board's going to have to balance, where their people upstream are allowed to improve their levees to some standard that keeps all the water in the channel, or do we have designated areas that are transitory storage by levees breaking or flooding as designed? So back to my original point, if you look at 2023, the gauge at Venice Island hit 8.86. I think that was on the 6th of January, but it was nowhere near what we had in 1998 at 9.81. And then down at Benson's Ferry, we're at 2023, and anything over 20 is a pretty big flood. And you can see that matches up with 83 and 86 and 97 and whatnot. So on the one side, on the Cosumnes side, it was more indicative of a real big flood, whereas in the main part of the Delta, it was not. Slide, Evan. So what happened the first week of January? If you recall, we had these huge winds followed by rain, and the North Delta especially got hit very hard by both. And Tom, you may want to talk about what happened up there in Clarksburg, because you guys were pummeled and your power was off for quite a while.
Yeah, and that's where most of the problems occurred. I think it's important to note, first off, I didn't mention that I'm a third generation farmer here. Our district was formed in 1913, as the lights are out again here. But to Gilbert's point, sometime around New Year's Eve, the electricity went out about 7:40 at night, and being a longtime member here and being in charge of operation of the pumps, you immediately get up, you go outside, and it was a mess. Most of the issues, when you think of flooding and you watch the news events and you see there's flooding in the Delta, that doesn't necessarily mean breaches. There were no breaches in our district or any others on that event. But when power goes out, all the pumps stop. None of them are relative to if we've had diesel pumps scattered throughout the district, and we're glad we did. But we couldn't even shuttle diesel out to these pumps. So many trees were down on the roads. We have a great volunteer fire department that was out all night. I was told by PG&E 19 power poles went down that night. I don't know that 19 have gone down in my entire life combined. So power was not going to be restored soon. We recognize that, and panic set in. The savior, if there was a savior, is that the tributaries and the water levels were low. It was January 1 or December 31st, and we're coming off of a drought of all droughts. Reservoirs were low. There were no huge releases of water, and that was critical to managing the other issues that we were dealt with suddenly. And to this day, it was a big plus to not have to worry about water coming over the top of the levees, which just doesn't happen very often. It hasn't happened we've never flooded. So combine that with the fact that we're having trouble getting around. You've got 50, 60 mile an hour winds. You're driving around, making U-turns. You're on your phones if you have cell service. That was another thing. Everyone used to say, well, get on your cell phone, call OES. No, we have no service. We have a generator that runs our office that we can go back there, but we didn't have internet. There's no internet when you have no phone service and the towers are down. So it was a panicked situation, but a managed panic. You just have to, unless you experience it, we all experience outages, and it's more of a nuisance and an inconvenience. But we have State Highway 84 that is 15 miles long, runs all the way through RD 999 from the West Sac city limits all the way down to Ryer Island, RD 501. If that goes underwater, and it will, from seepage and rain level, it's like a bowl. It will collect and fill and go over the tops of all the county roads and the state roads. So imagine that. Now we have no emergency services. We have all the problems associated with that. And in my opinion, no site in mind of when this power is going to be coming on. And so the phone calls to PG&E, I have enough experience to know that we're not going to get restored PG&E power soon. Can we get some portable generators? Well, Gilbert, I don't know if I'm going too long, or do you want me to finish the whole part we were into, and you can pick back up again, or do you want me to stop there?
Why don't you finish, Tom? Because that's a big part of this presentation.
Yeah.
Floods are not just problems with
No.
levees, it's a problem with society, no matter what happens.
That's right. So PG&E, went from calling the normal number you called to, I was talking to PG&E folks nonstop for 2 days, but the Yolo County OES connected with the state OES, and I don't know how many other phone calls got in there, but we finally got to PG&E, who offered to bring down a generator that can manage the pump station at the headquarters of RD 999, has about 1,500 horsepower worth of motors, 5 motors. 4 of them are 250 horse, and the other one's 500 horse. You don't just bring in a rental from the rental company and park it there. These are generators that come in on low beds. They brought one in, they dropped it off. Behind that was a transformer brought in on a low bed, a full truck and trailer. The semis brought it in, dropped the trailers right next to the deal, next to the pumps, and then they hired a third-party contractor to hook these up to our electrical panels. Long story short, they had pumps running by, I think it was an early morning, January 2nd, and at 2 or 3 in the morning, and it was much needed, but that ran just 2 generators. In subsequent phone calls to PG&E, they were able to deliver another generator the same size and bring on another 500 horse, and thereby allowing me to at least sit back a little bit. So we had a 1,000 horsepower driven pumps that pretty much saved RD 999, because electricity did not come back onto that location for 2 weeks. I can't even picture where we'd be at. So kudos to PG&E for doing that. And so we had 2 low beds, 2 other low beds for transformers, and power to run 1,000 horsepower. In the meantime, as power came on to these substations throughout the district has 33 miles of levee in the state flood control project. So along those various spots, we have some diesel engines that are next to electric powered engines, and those diesels kept running 24/7. But the 2 big generators ran for 19 days straight, 24/7. So again, if there's enough water to run all those pumps for 19 straight days, you got a lot of water. And so then we've just battled the wind and so forth, and tried to stay ahead of levee patrols, 2 shifts of levee patrols by volunteers and our small staff. And finally, weather let up a little bit. But now, and I'll stop after this, now we're dealing with the next levels. Like Gilbert said, the floods are not over. Now these levees are completely saturated more, and levels and tributary levels are up because of the major releases from the dams, which all of a sudden got pretty full, and now we're in flood control areas, and we need to release to take on this huge snowpack, which I'll get into a little bit later, what that will mean for May, June, and July. Gilbert?
Yeah, I wanted Tom to talk about their drain system, because it's an integral part of reclamation district budgets. I did an estimate years ago, and it was just during dry times, it wasn't flood time, that just in a normal year, your PG&E bill, or whoever provides your power, would use up between 30 and 50% of your entire assessment for the reclamation district. So in years like this, where you're going to have a lot more than that, you're going to have levee damage, but at the same time, you have a lot more money spent getting the power to your pumps, that it's going to be a double whammy in that. How can you get your levee work done with less budget than you would normally have had? And so it's an important part of these reclamation districts. And this year in particular, in the North Delta, because of all the down power lines, I think there were 20 down on Grand Island alone, in addition to the ones Tom talked about. It's just totally unheard of, and it's hard to plan for. So back to the levees. The damage to the levees was pretty limited. I mean, it was mostly erosion and seepage. And like Tom said, the seepage is ongoing. The erosion was pretty minimal, so to speak. There's going to be some repairs made. How we get it done financially, we don't know yet. There were a couple of levees. I know Sherman Island and New Hope Tract had emergency rock work because the erosion was enough to start eating away at the levee cross section. But most of the damage was riprap sliding away and just having to be repaired, which is easier said than done because all the permits and, like I said, the money to do that, it could be a while. So the question is, why did the levees not do as bad as people tend to think they would be doing because of what you hear on the news and whatnot? Next slide. So there are a lot of reasons why the levees did better than most people would have thought. And that's because we plan for this sort of thing all the time. The first thing I've listed here is the Delta Levee Subventions Program. That's the program that's been in existence since 1973. It wasn't very well funded until 1988 when we had SB 34 passed. We got a lot more money. And that's kept these levee districts able to keep maintaining their levees. So at a minimum, even if they can't rehabilitate them or improve them, they'll still be in pretty good working order due to the subventions program. And in 1988 also, they formed the Delta Levee Special Projects Program, which added more money, especially for levees that were important to water quality or other important features that the state values. And then finally, the flood preparedness has been hugely improved the last 20 years, especially the last few bond bills. The state's provided money to put together a lot of different plans. About 20 years ago, Ron Baldwin, who was the OES director at San Joaquin County at the time, realized that during the 97 flood, his communication with levee districts, where their problems were, what they're looking at, were all connected to the knowledge of the farmers. And he realized as these farmers got older and they were dying or retiring or whatever, that information was being lost. And so he started putting together these flood contingency maps that showed different parts of the levee, how they seeped and where the problems were as far as subsidence and that sort of thing. And so that got the ball rolling into thinking, this is great planning so that people come in, and it may not be a landowner on the rec district, it may be somebody from OES, and they can see these are the areas we're going to focus on during the flood because we know historically it seeped or rock has slipped or the levee's consolidated its foundation or something. And so those have been great help, and we update those periodically. We've also put together emergency operations plans so that the trustees know exactly at what level do we start inspecting the levee 24 hours a day, and then who do we call, that sort of thing. And so there's a couple of processes they have to follow, the SEMS on the state side and NEMS on the federal side. If you don't follow those, you're subject to that lack of assistance in an emergency. There have been supply depots put together. At first they started out as just sea vans with a bunch of equipment and materials and stuff to fill up sandbags and put up muscle wall. Now they're larger actual depots. They've actually a couple acres of a lot of material to fight floods. And then we've improved coordination with the counties and the state. This last year we had several tabletop exercises so that everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing. The rec districts know that because the landowners have been there for generations, and even though there might be a new landowner on the board, he knows from his father and grandfather what they did. Whereas with the counties and state, there's a lot more rotation in personnel, and it's a little harder to keep them informed of what's going on. And then the last thing that I've listed is geophysics. Back in 1983, we started using electromagnetic surveys at the time to find things in the levee that may be problems. And you'd think when a levee's built, there's nothing in there that's going to be a problem. Well, these are the Delta levees. And so sometimes there are things in there that you just wouldn't want, pieces of machinery, and there used to be a lot of wooden barges around. Sometimes they sunk them in levee breaches and filled over them, and those caused problems. And so we've used geophysics over the years to kind of find some of those things. We found a lot, but there's still some that are still out there that we are worried about during a flood. Next slide. So some of the ongoing concerns, we still don't have enough money to get these levees up to the Bulletin 192.82 standard, which is what the state determined in 1982, along with the Corps, was a good agricultural standard for the Delta. When I started doing this stuff in 1984, I thought, hey, we've got a plan. All we need is money. By the time I retire, these levees will be fixed. Well, I'm sort of retiring now, and they're not fixed yet. In fact, the latest estimate, based on the 5-year plans that the rec districts just put together, it's about $1.4 billion to get up to this Bulletin 192.82 standard. Now, understand though, when I started working on these, some of these levees were 3 feet below the 100-year flood level. They were bad. And this year we didn't have to do any muscle walls or sandbagging to keep water from going over the top. But back in the 80s and early 90s, that was kind of standard. We knew the water was coming. We had about 3 days notice, and we'd have sandbags going out 24/7, trying to get those low areas up just to keep water out. In 1998, when we had that huge tide, one of my districts, Empire Tract, has about 11 miles of levee, and we estimated at the peak tide about 3 miles were overtopping. So if you haven't seen the water coming up and just spilling into your big bathtub reclamation district, that is something else. But the levee held up. We had very little damage. And so that was great. And then more recently, we were able to rehabilitate that levee. So now it's got 2 feet of freeboard from it pretty much all the way around, very close to the 192.82 standard, but not quite there yet. Now, the erosion on project levees is interesting because we do have some erosion on project levees. These levees were part of the state and federal project, either on the Sacramento or San Joaquin side. For years, the Corps would come in and restore these levees after a flood under what they call PL 84-99. Well, a few years ago, every levee district was thrown out of PL 84-99 until they were able to show that they were going to put a plan together to maintain the levees better and even repair some of them. So most districts have been taking advantage of that, and that's been encouraged by the Flood Protection Board, and the DWRs has put together grants so that you could put together the plans that the Corps needs. And a lot of these districts, like Tom's, put their plan in 2 years ago. And when we first started doing this, putting the plans in and getting them approved took about 2 to 4 months. And Tom's plan has been there for 2 years and it hasn't budged. So that's the kind of stuff that it's very frustrating in these districts. We're trying to do the right thing, yet because they're not eligible for PL 99, whether they get the Corps assistance on this, we doubt it. In fact, in 2017, because these levees weren't back in the PL 99 program, the damage from 2017 isn't fully repaired. So we're going into this flood with the damage on top of damage. And so we're worried when that water goes down, there's going to be some significant erosion that's going to cost some money to fix. And it's going to be up to the state or the locals. Most likely the state will put in most of the money, but still there's no fund out there right now that we can count on. And then the non-project levees, they've suffered erosion too, and they've got the subventions program. We used to have FEMA would come in and help us out, but we lost that assurance back in 2013. So now, again, that's something else between their power bills, other maintenance that they normally do, and now some damage is going to really stretch these districts pretty thin. Okay, so let's talk about the flood that we are currently seeing. So the San Joaquin River is a little different from the Sacramento, where it's very susceptible to snowmelt. The reservoirs out down there fill up; they don't have as much flood control space, and when that snow starts coming out, the snowmelt starts coming out, it just goes right through, comes out in the channels. And right now down at Vernalis, where the San Joaquin comes into the Delta, it's a danger stage as of today. And it's going to be at least danger stage or maybe flood stage probably through July. And that's kind of hard for farmers down there to watch that levee. And you know that seepage Once it gets kicked in, it takes a while to kind of seep through the levee. Once it does, you just hope and pray that it's not coming out fast enough to start moving the levee material, which is mostly sand in that area. Those levees down there are very susceptible to seepage, and there's no doubt there will be some levee breaches down there at some point, but they're preparing for that like they did in 1997. Sacramento River is a little bit different. They have a little more control when the snow melt hits. But what's going to happen there is that the farmers that grow row crops may have a little trouble getting in and planting because the water table will be up a little higher and it'll be too wet to plant. This happens typically if we get a spring rainfall that raises the Sacramento River a foot or so, but because we know that it's going to be up for quite a few more months before the snow melt is over, I'm sure there are a lot of farmers thinking about that right now. What's that going to do to their planting? So, Thomas, if you got any more comments, let's go ahead and add them, and then otherwise we can take some questions.
Yeah, just a couple, Gilbert. The farming practices, whether you can do anything about it or not, he's right. We have experienced high water levels in the springtime when farming activity picks up. That we're quite concerned are going to be more the norm than they are the abnormally witnessed. And when that happens, tractors can't move. All these fields go right up to the levees, and you just can't get a tractor in there, so you don't do the tilling and all the things necessary. So it impacts the farming operation considerably. But otherwise, I think Gilbert has laid it out pretty good, and I'm happy to answer any questions or go any direction you'd like, Lisa.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Oh, man.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So I have I think I caught some of the points you made. Basically, on San Joaquin side, there's not much storage. I guess you're already high. And that is creating a sort of a dangerous situation for future snowmelt coming down, given the snowpack you have had now. And then I was curious, and then you had the upstream levee failure that provided the storage, which basically protect the downstream side. And with levee improvement, that's not going to be there in the future. And so given the tracks of the atmospheric river event this time, this could happen on the further north and could be a different story. So my question is this a new norm you have to deal with? And if that is the case, do you plan for future conditions that are more extreme than this? And what would those be? You know, what keeps you awake at night? I guess it's what would I would ask you. So,
Well, yeah, thank you. I understand the question, Gilbert. If I can lead on that, the short answer is there's so much indecision. I don't know that you can plan. The only way to plan was to say, let's not have any high water, and that's just not going to happen. Seepage through, what is there, 500 miles of levee in the Delta, it's going to continue. I don't think it's prudent to continue talking about different crops and crops that can handle more water and things like that. I think that future science, we do hang our hat on a lot of that. It would be really nice to have better long-range modeling. I know down south they're talking about that. Are we going to have these water levels in May and June and into July? 200% of normal snowpack tells the average Joe, yeah, I think that would be beneficial to have better science to help those engineers and those farmers make future decisions, even if it's just a month or two out. So I don't know that you can do a whole lot of planning. There's still indecision and uncertainty on what climate change will do relative to water levels. I won't get into all that debate or that discussion, but it is something on our minds. It does keep us up at night. I'm just not sure how much preparation a normal farmer and reclamation or LMA can do. Gilbert, do you have any comments?
Well, I do sleep better now that some of these levees have been fixed, a lot better than they were 40 years ago. Because they're really, I mean, my job during a flood was how do we get crews out to start throwing sandbags and just keep giving us a little bit of freeboard that, you know, that water would get right up to the top of those sandbags and you cross your fingers and hope it doesn't come up another 2/10 of a foot, it'll go over the top. And we've been pretty successful, you know, knowing how high these levees are and dealing with that. But we're working with, you know, your staff at the Stewardship Council, you know, and others that are looking at predictions for sea level rise and changes in flood levels due to climate change. And the biggest impediment, to tell you the truth, is going to be money. We don't have enough money even yet to get up to the standard we wanted to in 1982. We are looking at other, there has been some science done. I know in 2016, this group actually put together a nice symposium on seismic activity and how the newest data is showing that maybe the levees aren't shaking as much as that DREAMS study had predicted, which is good. They're safer than they were. But on the other hand, we know that the earthquake's going to come. So we're looking at what do we do to plan for that sort of thing. We do have new designs that we're coming up with. They're based on that 19282 design and our experience using that design over the last 40 years. And we think we have a pretty good feel for it as far as how much slumping might happen. We know that toe berms on the land side help stabilize the levee during earth shaking. And then now we know there's a desire to do multi-benefit projects. If we put a little more material on these levees, it'll take care of that earthquake issue to a certain extent. It'll still do some slumping, but not pancake out like was a prediction earlier. And then we can probably put some plants on these levees. That'll help in the multi-benefit realm, you know, getting some more habitat out there. So we're trying to do as much as we can. So like, you know, I'm sitting on a couple of the focus groups for Delta Adapts, and like I've told everybody, and especially the agricultural, everybody understands that the biggest problem to agriculture is that high water table. If we can't do anything about the high water table as sea level rises, then that's going to then hurt us as far as how much money we can get off the property, because if farmers can't farm and make money, then they can't pay their assessment to maintain the levees. So that's going to be the key. And I was sitting in on several meetings that Jessica Rudnick had with farmers, and it's interesting, you know, some farmers, probably the farmers that are having problems now with water table, will probably just walk away from their land. But some of the other ones that have higher cash value crops, they're already preparing to put in more drains and whatever it takes, redesign their drainage systems, and that can be done too. There's a property on one island, 13 feet below sea level, that sold 2 years ago for $13,000 an acre, and then the person came in and planted walnuts in that with the huge subdrains, and it's to this day it's growing pretty well, even that far below sea level, which we hadn't seen trees like that ever down that area, but it's working if you do it right. So there's some out of the box thinking, and certainly some economics are going to come in and evaluate whether we're going to be able to survive.
Okay, Diane.
I was wondering about the extent to which the subsidence over this period of time has aggravated the effects of these high water events in terms of seepage or trying to deal with, as you said, the high water tables.
So subsidence,
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
yeah, subsidence is interesting because it happens very slowly. There's a kind of a zone of influence that if the ground subsides, it affects the levee structure. And that's about 500 feet. That's been known for a long time. In fact, when the subventions program got that extra money in 1988, one of the things that was an eligible cost was buying an easement, a 400-foot wide easement from the toe of the levee that would limit the farming just to stop that subsidence that was going on. So in the short term, it probably hasn't. In the long term, obviously, if things were at sea level, now they're 25 feet below it, it has. I think the key, though, again, it's halting that subsidence and looking at the funding that it might take to stabilize that levee quicker. Now, peat's very light, and so it's like 8 pounds per cubic foot dry, and you add water to it, it doesn't make it as heavy as dirt. So if we're able to have funds to build a toe berm with mineral soil at 110 or 120 pounds per cubic foot, that goes a long way. And then we can worry about the peat on the inside of that island. And it is important because of seepage and other things. Peat's very important out there. So it'd be nice to start regrowing it. But as far as what's happened to the levee stability in the last 40 years, it hasn't really hurt the levees a whole lot.
Okay, we'll go to Tom, then Tanya.
Gil, I have two unrelated questions. One's just a technical one. Are we at the point where seepage stresses are affecting the stability of the levees?
So everybody assumes that when a levee has peat in its foundation, it's got some stability problems. But there's some levees that I call a double whammy because the levees that are built on the old natural channels, and there weren't that many natural channels that are left in the Delta. Most levees in the Central Delta especially were built out of dredger cuts. But the old natural channels, yeah, what would deposit as they overflowed was the heavier grains, the sands and gravels. And what happens, and you saw this in 2017 on Tyler Island, the water stayed up for quite a long time. Tyler Island has both peat in the foundation, and it's a very sandy levee. And so at some point that's the pores in that sand get to the point where there's enough pressure that it starts slipping. And that's where Staten Island had a problem in '83 that was the same sort of thing. And like I said, Tyler Island in 2017. That's where you got to be very careful how you build your tow berm, because you probably have to have like a drain in the tow berm to get that water out of there, to get it out of the sand, to keep that levee strong.
So it's specific to levees in certain geologic.
Yeah, there's sand everywhere, but some of the sand that's in the foundation is old and it's pretty well compacted. But it's that stuff that was deposited more recently by the rivers that's a little bit touchy.
Okay, and my second question was dollars. Do you know what roughly what the state and the districts and any other entities are spending on levee upgrades and repairs on an annual basis?
Well, it's hard to figure out on an annual basis because the funding is not very consistent. It comes in spurts from these bond measures. And what's been consistent is the money for the Delta Levee Subventions Program. Normal maintenance, the state's been spending $10 to $12 million of their funds, and that's matched by the district picking up probably $4 to $5 million as their cost share. And that's done a pretty good job maintaining the levees, and some districts have enough money left over after they do their maintenance to do a little bit of rehabilitation. But as far as the special projects program that funds the big projects, that only gets funded every few years, and it's never enough money to totally rebuild some of these levees because it costs so much. And I guarantee you during the pandemic, with the inflation and everything else, the costs now are probably twice what they were 5 years ago to work on these levees.
Okay, and my last question is the 1.4 billion, that was to upgrade to the PL 84 standard?
This is the Bolton 192.82 standard.
Yeah. Is that a total number?
Yeah, that's a total. So every rec district in the Delta that participates in the subventions program has to put together these 5-year plans, and those just they're just being completed right now in the total. And the Stewardship Council staff has this information now. It's about $1.4 billion.
Okay.
For about 700 miles of levee.
Thank you.
Hey, Tanya.
Yeah, thanks, Gil. I also have I guess a or a dollars question. Are you aware of any economic modeling or economic analyses that are being done on the impacts to agriculture from these types of flood events or from continued sea level rise? And if so, kind of what the status of the research is on that, if that's being done at all?
Tom, do you know of any study that's been done for ag?
I do, and I'm trying to refer to it, but I know you can. The Delta Protection Commission did a economic study a few years back on that question. I think I'm trying to see where it is here, but a call to them could generate some. I don't know how recent it was. I'm guessing it was back 2010 or 12. So there are a lot of economic studies out there. It all depends on what you're looking for, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious if you see any kind of gaps right now or uncertainty, and what data we do have or what knowledge we do have about those economic costs.
Yeah, there's the Delta Adapts, the ag focus group for your Delta Adapts studies are looking at a Delta agricultural model. And it's kind of in the formative stages, and it's been presented several times to the focus group. And there's always a lot of feedback from the farmers, well, we wouldn't do it that way. And it's just hard to, and it's hard because, you know, as you guys all know, building models, there's only so much you can really answer. So there's always gonna be some pushback. Well, that's not exactly the way we do it. Well, you don't know that, but there's being work being done. So at some point, maybe there'll be some thumbnail estimates to, you know, answer your question.
Yeah, and if I could, I might add, I'm heavily involved in the grape growing and wine industry, and the Wine Institute and COG, the California Association of Wine Grape Growers, put together a 5-year study, just came out. We do it every 5 years, and this year just came out, and that's a quite good analysis per elected official district or per county. But that's just what the grape industry contributes to each of those areas, county or district or region. So those numbers are quite huge, and it leads me to what my point wants to be. You really don't want these islands to not be run by local landowners. They will take care of it the best. If land goes fallow and funding and assessment rates are not kept up with what's necessary to maintain these levees, they'll go vacant and the islands will go flooded soon, in my opinion. And outside investors can come in. It's just not as good as private investors. So we're hoping it can stay the way it is, just get funded properly. And we've had really good success in the last few years, largely due to the subvention program and especially program. So I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah, it's really interesting. These multi-generational families have been farming. They will go to the nth degree to save their farm. Versus, like Tom mentioned, the investment bankers, which there are a lot coming in now, just because the water in the Delta is valuable. You know, it's very firm water right. There's some commodities that are being grown in the lowlands, like grapes and walnuts and almonds and that sort of thing. And so you're attracting money and interest that may not want to stick around as long if they're not making as much money, and their portfolio seems to need to change.
And I think that contributes to the whole Delta plan. Delta as a place is indeed a unique place, and we're not just blowing smoke, as they say. It's run best if it's run by local landowners, and so I think it's been pretty successful.
Okay, Bob.
That was a very informative presentation. I really learned a lot. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
But I do have a question that's, I guess, a little bit off to the side and comes out of curiosity. Is with all this flooding, are there any public health issues that people are concerned about? It just seems that as you go into the late spring and summer with rising temperatures and a lot of standing water around and seeps and so on, that there's a real potential for waterborne vectors, mosquitoes and other things, and waterborne diseases. Is anybody paying any attention to that?
No, I don't know. Tom, do you have any information?
Or is it even an issue?
No, I think it's an issue. I think it's a good point. I'm not the expert in that regard, but common sense says, yeah, that will be issue if there's puddling and more water that attracts the old-fashioned mosquito and other things. And with all these, I call new diseases, new in the past 10, 15, 20 years, it's a concern with the general population asking that same question. So I don't have a specific answer from the mosquito and vector controls. But I think it's pretty safe to say there'll be more issues, yes.
But you have a mosquito abatement control districts throughout the Delta?
The various counties do, I think, in the state. Gilbert, are you familiar with?
Yeah, they're actually pretty good too. They're out there all the time. They want to stop everything. They know that any little puddle will be a problem. So
Yeah, there is some control. We see the pickups, but when you're inundated, that's not prevention, that's control.
Right. Okay, well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Obey.
Real quickly, one last question. Actually, a couple of questions. So this seepage you're talking about with sea level rise is going to get worse. You're going to get more seepage into your land. Is it, part one of the question is it not practical to pump out the seepage? And at what is the tipping point at which point maybe that practicing agriculture might not be feasible?
That varies from island to island. Like we built a pumping plant on Grand Island in 1982, which they still call the new pumping plant. It's 41 years old, but that's what happens in the Delta. And they couldn't build that pumping plant close to the levee because there's so much sand that they would undermine the levee. And so they moved it out about 600 feet or so from the levee. So you've got to look at what you've got. And some areas you can drain efficiently by putting in some subdrains, digging your sumps deeper and pump, just bringing the water table down. Other areas, and this is on Grand Island also, the hydrostatic pressure is so high that if you even try to dig your ditch a little deeper, it turns into quicksand, and suddenly the sand comes up, and then you dig a little deeper, and your ditch gets wider and wider and wider. Before long, it's huge. And so that's going to be a problem in some areas. We've done a lot of studies helping districts try to figure out, can we do that? Can we lower our water table if it wants to come up? And sometimes one of the problems is all the ditches on these farms don't have the capacity to drain that water off fast enough. And so you got to have intermediate pumps to kind of lift it out of one area and put it in another area. Like there is a walnut orchard that just got planted on King Island, and it's on the lower part of the island. And again, it was one of these things where people were shaking their head, you're never going to grow walnuts. Well, what the owner did is he put in a subdrain, and that drains down to a sump that's underground, and then he pumps it up into the district's ditch so it gets high enough so that then it can flow by gravity to the district's pump. So these farmers are pretty ingenious, and there's
Yeah,
gotta be a breaking point, but they do put a lot of investment in these.
and I don't think, yeah, Gil's right. I don't think we're near a breaking point, and maybe not even one in the foreseeable future. Addressing the seepage, increased seepage, again, these are guesses on what climate change will do, and climate change still will never be the same from year to year in flood events. But I don't think that's a hindrance in not being able to manage the farm. Yeah, like Gil said, we can get pretty innovative and new scientific methods. I think, and maybe Gil can touch on this when I'm done, a good example is RD 17, which really is the west side of the city of Stockton, put in many $50 to $100 million worth of work through federal money and state money, and Gil can address where that money came from. But to put a large seepage wall in the levee for a long period of time, or long length of that levee system, and I'm not real familiar with it, but I know that it's been considered a pretty successful project. So there are things like that that can be done to improve the seepage. And Gilbert, maybe you can throw some numbers out. The peat ground that often is referred to, if there's 700,000 acres in the legal delta, would you guess about 200,000 is peat soil, and it's nearly all below the North Delta line, or very little within North Delta? Can you address that?
Yeah, the Delta is 700,000 acres, and I'd say there's about 200,000 left in what we call deeply subsided areas that still has peat in it. The North Delta is a little bit higher. So from Highway 12 north, a lot of those areas are done subsiding. The way I look at it, and from my experience, if anything's 10 feet below sea level or higher, it's probably done subsiding because it's been exposed for 150 years. And if the peat's not gone yet, it's pretty close to being gone. Even in the Central Delta on Empire Tract, we did a big levee project there 3 years ago. Our geotech engineer found there was only 4 feet of peat left, even in some areas that were thought to have huge amounts of peat. And so that affected how you designed our tow berm and that sort of thing. So there are some areas that are still subsiding quite a bit. We have one problem in the Suisun Marsh right now where that's got like 80 feet of peat or soft soil. It's terrible to try to work down there. And we lost a levee during the flood. on Van Sickle, which we knew we couldn't keep that levee high enough, and pretty typical high tides go over the top of it, and so they're kind of wondering now what's going to happen next to Van Sickle Island. But
And that's over in the bypass, right,
yeah,
Gilbert?
it's in the bypass. It's in the western edge of the delta. It actually straddles the delta. And
Yeah, a little different scenario than the other parts of the delta. And was I correct, Gil? Was RD 17 where that seepage wall went in?
that was one of them. Yeah, there's a lot of seepage walls. The pocket area in Sacramento used a seepage wall because they had to cut off the water before it got to the land side, and there's no room on the land side to work because of all the houses in the pocket area. We built one on Grand Island a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I want to say it was about 1,500 feet long, cost $3 million. So they're not cheap, but they do go down between 80 and 120 feet and hit hard pan. So that slows down the seepage or eliminates some of these seepage paths.
Okay, any other questions? Well, I want to thank you both for coming and giving us a very informative presentation. As you can see from our next topic on rewetting peat soils, it's clearly
I think
something
Edmund
that's
wants-
very important to us. I think that's a signal that someone online wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, we did have a public comment from Bruce Blodgett.
Yes, I was going to go to public.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry about that. Sorry for the.
Just throw it at me next time.
Hello, everyone, and I appreciate the program today and appreciate Tom and Gilbert being able to update you. Originally, it was asked of me to give this presentation, and I clearly deferred to the people that are doing this work every day. I grew up just out of the Delta, so we had our own river battles, but they're not all river battles are the same. Ours was on the Sumnes River, and we always knew it was going to break. It was just a matter of where. So it's a little bit more sustainable in the Delta. It's a lot more sustainable in the Delta, given all of the work that's been and the investment that's been part of that process. One of the things I think we're going to have to look at too is moving forward. Some of our Delta flooding solutions are going to be solutions upstream, and that's figuring out a way to manage this water as it's coming through the system. A Sites reservoir would have been tremendous to have as a facility to take some of this water off the Sacramento River system. If you look down on the San Joaquin River system at Temperance Flat, you look at some of the other reservoirs that are possible in things that we could do, and even groundwater storage in areas, using some agricultural areas to recharge basins. I think there's some real opportunities there as well. There's a question about economics and agriculture, and as mentioned, Tom Slater is one of our commission members representing the North Delta. Our economic sustainability plans on our website was updated. It was formed in 2012, but we did an agricultural update in 2019. So more than happy to make that information available to you. And it's mosquito and vector control, obviously, yeah, that's a major issue. I thought that was brought up. There are districts in each county, but just remember, they're going to be concerned about the Delta, but they're going to have a wide swath of land that they're going to be concerned about. So their entire county, San Joaquin County as a whole, is concerned about flooding before the Delta and in the Delta. And so that's one of the things that those districts are aware. They're very good, but they're going to be overtaxed as well this year with given all the water that's moving through the system. You look at the McCollum River, and I can't remember seeing it much higher than it is right now. And you look at some of those other rivers that are coming through, and all of that water is starting to push its way through. So I just wanted to offer those as comments and thank Tom and Gilbert for giving a great presentation today.
Okay, thanks for that. Edmund, any other public comment?
There are none.
Okay, thanks. Okay, well, thank you again, and hopefully you might want to listen in to our next conference, to our next topic.
I plan to.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number 9 on our agenda, which is the discussion of our next prospectus on, I'll let Tom tell us what the title is.
Thank you. The current title is Rewetting Peat Soils in the Delta. And actually, the title is something that I'd like the group to consider pretty seriously. And hopefully we'll have a discussion about it because I've gotten different reactions from different people. This started off as reverse subsidence reversal, which is actually just a small fraction the Delta's future. But I mean, you can actually reverse the subsidence by maintaining a slightly high water table and letting the organics accumulate. And where that has worked out, it's been very successful, and the DWR is doing that. But subsidence reversal is a small piece of what we're trying to do in this particular review. So maybe we could talk about the title after we've discussed the proposal. And could you, oh, you got it, okay. This is really the essence of what we're trying to do. As Gil pointed out, subsidence actually affects a pretty large part of the Delta, but it has a variety of impacts. The farming one, of course, is huge, but that then feeds into the Delta levy issues. So there's the public safety issue, and then it's usually part of the restoration efforts. Most of them either are designed to stop subsidence or in a few cases reverse subsidence. And what we want to do is focus on the problem collectively. The problem right now is all those components that I just alluded to are treated individually. And so we want to take a holistic look at the basically the dewatering that's going on in the Delta, and see if we can at least organize it in a way that would facilitate managing the subsidence. Right now, when you think about what Gil was describing, a lot of that could be called subsidence management. And what we want to do is look at the picture holistically and hopefully provide a perspective that would then allow the state to do a better job of planning and addressing these problems. And what we put up here is page 3 on the from the prospectus, and we've sort of broken it down into 4 major subjects. There is a substantial amount of land stabilization going on, and this ranges from the subsidence reversal to increasingly people are looking at having floating peat be the solution. And this is something that works in other parts of the world, I believe. I don't know if you have it in the Everglades. I think you do, don't you? The floating peats. Yeah, I grew up in Florida, and we used to go out to a lake called Lake Helen Blazes that was famous for getting us lost because the islands would move around during the daytime, the path home, and this was pre-GPS. So anyway, that would be one aspect. Another important one that's been documented is when you have this oxidation of the peat, you're generating greenhouse gases, and anything you can do to reduce that subsidence has the impact of reducing the greenhouse impact from the Delta. And there have actually been quite a few studies that have addressed some of the challenges with that. It more than CO2 is involved in those assessments. And then the third thing are the economic trade-offs, some of what we were talking about at the end of Gil's presentation. And then finally, we want to take a big picture look at the economics of the Delta. And I don't know that we will, in fact, I doubt that we will solve those problems, but we want to be able to tee up the problem so that it could be addressed by the state. So that's basically what we're trying to do, to go through the problem and look at it holistically, and perhaps end up with some guidance that would enable managers and decision makers. I mean, you could even see the assembly getting involved in it with the kind of information that we'd be collecting. So before we have our title discussion, maybe I could stop there and field any questions you have.
Tom, I had a question or two about the scope of this, and whether you would call this a synthesis, whether you call it a evaluation of the science related to this topic, or is it or something else? When I read number 3 and 4 on this list, it sounds to me like you're gonna do an analysis, an economic analysis of the trade-offs, or when I think about the known and future economic benefits and costs of soil rewetting from farm productivity, climate risk mitigation, levee stability, water quality, and flooding impacts, it seems like a huge project if one were to even do it. So I'm wondering, and 3 and 4 to me sound like there's going to be some sort of analysis actually doing the trade-off economic benefits, or is it just, or is there a synthesis? And then where the science comes in, and when I look at your final expected products and outcomes, it does look like there's a focus on the science.
Okay, then we've overstated the problem. Tanya might want to wander in, but no, the plan is not to do the analysis, but to look at the problem, what has been done, and what needs to be done, because a lot of the decision making here rests on the economics.
Yeah, I think those points about the economics, it's not that we're going to do analysis on that, it's that we're going to try to understand what the state of the science is on those economic questions, amongst other questions related to soil rewetting and subsidence. But the economics piece is a critical component of science. So we do need to understand what type of economic analyses have been done to understand the costs and benefits of different rewetting techniques and how that will affect agriculture. And we're trying to bring the right people into the workshop that can help us assess kind of the state of that science and where the gaps are, where there's a need for better science. And then the reporting that we'll do after the workshop will probably provide some recommendations on, where the science needs to go to help better answer some of these critical questions.
Yeah, and I think that's good. Maybe just for the uninitiated like myself, it might be useful to put that in there sort of right up front, that you can be looking at the state of the science relative to this, so you don't set expectations that you're actually going to do all these analyses and come up with these answers.
Yeah, the format that we visualize is getting people who are addressing these problems, and get everybody into one room for a couple of days.
I was going to say that the sentence right above these 4 topics say basically what Tanya just said about the state of the scientific understanding and scientific gaps and deficiencies. So maybe we need to reformat that introductory paragraph under input to bring that out a little bit more clearly. So that,
okay,
yeah.
Oh, wait, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to have some clarification. I'm trying to understand, is it really a subsidence reversal or mitigating subsidence? Maybe the reason I'm saying is, we heard that, with under future conditions, with higher sea level, the seepage is already going to re-wet, it looks like, and they'll have to keep draining to practice agriculture. So there's going to be balancing between the practicing. I think you addressed that in your 4 points. I don't know if that's clearly stated, but I see it in there. But my question is the science, the state of the science, does it including looking at the future conditions? What this could,
Certainly the sea level rise issue.
and the implications within the land area with the seepage versus drainage issue and
Yeah,
how that,
because that part of restoring the delta because of the climate change problem, and it came up in the presentation, as you heard, is part of the decision-making process.
Mhm.
And that there's going to be a pretty significant economic impact of that.
Right. So when we say rewetting, is that basically we don't discuss the mechanisms of rewetting? I mean, are we talking about maintaining higher water levels within those land areas?
Well, that's where we're trying to get to figure out what a reasonable plan for the delta would be.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I think.
I mean, some of these, like the levees, whether they're underfunded or not is another issue. But I
Right.
mean, there's a significant effort there, but it's sort of independent of these other things.
Okay.
Okay, Anna and then Laurel.
I'm trying to figure out how to pose this question. I'm trying to figure out a little bit more specifically what the expected outcomes of this would be. I'm looking specifically at that paragraph that comes before the 4 numbered items on the, I guess, page 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then also I kept rereading that paragraph about audience on page 3, and in reading it, I could sort of see a variety of outcomes, right? One is you could identify gaps in our understanding about, what do we need to know before we can effectively support management of these levies. 2 would be to assess whether the ways in which they are currently being managed or the ways in which decisions are currently being made is consistent with the state of the science. Another might be just a more general overview of what is the state of the science. And I can imagine, I'm sure it's some combination of those, but I kept rereading those 2 paragraphs trying to get at what is the, if someone asks you, what will I get at the end of the study? What is the sort of crisp articulation of the thing that we will understand or the thing that we will be able to do better at the end relative to now?
Okay, the simple answer is what we want to do is summarize sort of the state of the knowledge on the particular topic. If it's subsidence reversal, get into the maybe the geotech aspect of that, and then what do we don't know? We've only been doing this so long, and when the density of the peats in the areas with the subsidence reversal is quite low, and whether that can be sustained over time or whether that means eventually that peat's going to just compress on its own.
So I hear you. I'm just saying that in the text as written, so for example, that part on page 2 reads, the purpose of this review by the Delta ISB is to inform ongoing and future subsidence management efforts by summarizing existing and planned programs, identifying barriers and opportunities, and document scientific understanding in 4 aspects of Delta subsidence. And so that seems to be just about summarizing what we know. And that, as written, stops short of then actually sort of informing the management or then assessing the management in the context of what we know. It sort of seems to be only a piece of it. And then again, if you look at the audience paragraph on the next page, the audience that it wants to serve is broader, right? So it's stakeholders, decision makers from state, federal agencies, public water agencies, local agencies, public-private agriculture entities, non-governmental organizations, community-based organizations, and academic and research institutions. And that to me hints at a broader scope. It hints at And therefore, we will also point out the additional research that needs to be done
Yeah.
so that we can better support management.
Okay.
But that is not fully consistent with what was there before. And it could be any of them, or maybe it could be all of them.
Anna,
Yeah.
does that on page 4, the last paragraph on expected products and outcomes address any of that? I mean, I hear what
me
you're
reread
saying.
it
We could
now.
definitely improve that goal statement. I'm just wondering if that last paragraph is a better articulation maybe of what we expect.
So I think, let me be clear, I think these are all valid goals, but the way I understand the goal is different depending on where I read it in the prospectus. In the paragraph you just pointed out, the first sentence is research recommendations, right? Which is, again, valid, but quite different from what I inferred from the previous 2 sections. But then it also goes into reviewing current rewetting efforts and so on. I suspect the answer is all of the above.
But we might
But
need to
having
make
those,
that more
I think,
consistent.
3 bullet points clearly articulated, because there's clearly, all of those would be of benefit, right? Assessing the current state of the science, assessing how current management aligns well with what we know scientifically. So is there a match or is there a mismatch there? And then third is, what are the research gaps? And I think that could be stated very clearly. And then again, a little bit like with the other one, the value of it would be more readily apparent.
Thank you.
Hey, Laura.
That's a good prelude to one of the things I had to say, which is it's been, as I read through this, one of the things that's on my mind is how this work really goes beyond and differentiates itself from the recent State of Bay Delta Science article that came out about carbon sequestration and subsidence reversal, which, you know, has a mission of trying to establish what the state of the science with respect to that topic is. But I think there is a unique role that this review has to play in really focusing in on the state of the science relevant to these management needs and relevant to these ongoing efforts. And one thing that I would encourage you to keep in mind with audience that I didn't see listed explicitly is a legislative audience. There is a bill that the legislature is considering on requiring entities that are proposing blue carbon projects for carbon credits to do a blue carbon demonstration wetland. And some feedback that we gave the legislature in a recent briefing to Water Parks and Wildlife is that the timescale over which many of these wetlands realize their carbon benefits can be decades long, which might be incommensurate with the timescale of a demonstration project that is supposed to show results at a really short time frame. So I will say there's a lot of interest in the legislature in topics like this right now. And I think that audience would particularly benefit from a concise and very focused summary of state of the science with a focus on timeframes that is relevant to management, to carbon neutrality, which is an aim that the state has by 2050. So I think that would definitely be needed and heard.
I think that's what we're trying to achieve here. It was challenging when we were organizing this because there's the science piece, and you know, it's just geochemistry of these gases and the degradation of the peat, which is one topic, and then there's the economics of it and carbon credits, which is a whole nother discipline and things. And the way we've organized it, we've divided that into sort of 2 parts, I guess. But it just seemed like to start with the science was it sort of gives you the knowledge you have, and then there's the reality, the economics, and hopefully what we would end up with is a series of recommendations. Yeah.
And that sounds really good. And I guess I had almost forgotten to say this one final thing, and I'd like to say it while I still have the mic, but just in terms of like making connections to the Delta Science Program, we are funding several investigators right now who are doing syntheses of greenhouse gas emissions from restored wetlands of a variety of different types. So we could help make connections to some of the science researchers, particularly in the area of greenhouse gas studies. And then, I think the council can help by making connections to legislative staffers who might benefit from this information, and could just also provide feedback on what would be really useful.
That sounds good. As a former governor said, we'll be back.
Well, first of all, I wanted to clarify that our group does see economics as a science, just to clarify that. We have physical science, and biogeochemical science.
I keep getting in trouble for that.
I'm just clarifying that. And I don't know how to put this in a prospectus, but it became clear to me in the discussions we had leading up to the prospectus with different stakeholder groups that something like the 2-day workshop could bring out of the box ideas to this challenging problem that isn't the same as 1 or 2 people doing a state of the science. You see that somehow that isn't we don't know exactly what will come out of this interaction at a workshop like this, but this may encourage creative thinking.
That's great. And I'm happy to help you all brainstorm invited participants for the workshop if that would be beneficial.
So I had a comment based on Laurel's comments and then Tom's response. I think it's very important to start with the management needs instead of the science, because scientists can do a lot of fun, interesting things that don't necessarily relate to management needs. And we've done a project iterating this way and found that it was really crucial to start with the management needs in order to produce science that met those needs. So you might want to think about that.
Virginia beat me to the punch. Can I just add to that before you respond? So yeah, that's kind of the same issue I've been having with this. And at full disclosure, I'm a member of the group, but I still have some concerns. It's like we've presumed this is a solution, but we haven't been very clear about what we're trying to solve. And I'm also a little worried about the economics. It's important to recognize that any economic analysis depends on the context of what's happening with the markets, what's happening with the regulation. And so I think it is going to be important to take a pretty sophisticated approach to that and say, for example, just looking at the carbon trading market, the economics of whether you can produce marketable credits depends a lot on what rigor is required in terms of verifying those credits. And so there isn't one answer. There's going to be many, many answers depending on how the context changes. So I think that's another reason to specify your management goals, because the question might be, is this the best way to produce carbon credits, reliable carbon credits, instead of just what would it take to make this work?
Yeah, the problem with putting the management goals first, this is sort of organized in the order in which we were going to talk about it. And I think the people coming from the different pieces of this initially, like the levee engineers are probably not that interested in greenhouse gas emissions from the peat. So by getting them in the same room, the different constituencies are going to be educated when we get into the problem solving part and trying to identify what the management issues are. But I think that education is what was driving the order in which we did it.
Well, I would still say hypothesis about what the key science needs, the key management needs needs to start everything. And then that could be discussed at the end, but
I'm having trouble understanding it.
Develop and use.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I just think it's critical to start.
Oh, we lost you again.
I just want to make a comment. The first paragraph, I think, provides some management
Yeah,
context.
I was going to say the same thing.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the management needs are really that we're looking at the vulnerability of levee failure and flooding
That's
and
right.
greenhouse gas emissions. I mean, these, I think they're right there in the first paragraph. Maybe we just didn't
Yeah.
write it out as a management need and maybe could articulate that a little.
With management needs, and you could, well, I'm just going to.
We can stick that in there, but as far as the organization of the workshop itself, I think the science in the sense of dealing with the peats and the gases needs to come first.
Yeah, maybe it's just a matter of connecting the re-wetting, in the context of, well, we have this subsidence concern. This is one potential approach to managing subsidence. But this doesn't, it doesn't really expressly say that, the goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions or the goal is to reduce failure. I think it is helpful to have, these are the kinds of things it can address, and we're going to be looking at whether or not this is an appropriate way to address them. I think it's just too assumed that it is appropriate.
One of the things I thought of in terms of an alternative title would be managing peat soils in the Delta. And that would elevate it to the highest level. Yeah.
I liked your managing subsidence a lot better, to tell you the truth.
Managing subsidence
Managing
of peat soils.
Yeah, that's certainly how most people come to this subject. They think of the word subsidence and in the deltas. I personally could live with that.
We could start off with a paragraph explaining that if at the current rate, there will be an unplanned catastrophic rewetting of the Delta and that won't be managed at all. And so that, that's the inevitable direction that things are going if we don't start managing rewetting. That might
So
get
scare them
everybody's
to death
attention.
first and then offer hope.
Tom, are you ready to make your motion, or if you want to make a motion? Or?
Well, did we pick the title, Managing Subsidence in the Delta?
That sounds better than, to me, better than peat soils.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. You want me to make the motion then?
You're leading the.
Oh, okay. I move that we accept the prospectus with the suggestions that I've heard here.
And then this process is we would then have a second to the motion and then public comments, and then we would vote on it. So is there a second?
Yeah, I second that.
Okay, any more discussion here on that? Any public comments on this, Edmund?
There are none.
Okay, so we'll go through a roll call vote in favor of, again, approving the content of this prospectus. I'll just go around the room. Tom?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Bob?
Yes.
Steve, yes. Obey?
Aye.
Inga?
Yes.
Diane?
Aye.
And Anna?
Yes.
Virginia?
Yes.
And Lisa?
Yes.
Okay, motion's approved. And so what would happen next is that the review leads would make sure that the content of the discussions that we talked about today would be incorporated into the next revision. Then it goes out for formal public comment, and that would be distributed in the Delta Stewardship Council listserv, the Delta E-News, Maven's Notebook, and other council social media platforms, and any other applicable mailings or anything, any way you want to distribute it. And so when that comes out, I don't know if it's a 30-day public comment period or something like that, Edmund.
Yeah, I believe your prospectus is like 14 days, but we typically do 30. But this is up to the reviewees to decide if you also want to do 30, 60. But that's something you guys can brainstorm about.
Okay. Yeah, and in some respects, it depends on when you get it out and when our next meeting is, so we can see what the public comments are and make recommendations to change those. Okay, well, we are scheduled next on the agenda for another break, and I think we'll take it because after the break we have one more prospectus to talk about, and then a few cleanup items in terms of talking about the next our upcoming meetings and things like that. So let's take I guess a 20-minute break. So we'll meet at 2:50 back here, and we are ahead of schedule, so we should be done before dark. I know. Everyone to the meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. We're going to move on to item number 10 in our agenda, which is the discussion of the food web review. And I will lead off on that, and then I'll ask Bob to correct everything I've said. This next prospectus, and the title is How Important Are Food Web Interactions in Establishing a Productive and Resilient California Delta? That is a title that has gone through many revisions, and we've finally came to this one, which I think we all agree on now. The co-title is An Assessment of Scientific Information Needed to Improve Management Actions. If you recall, last fall, I believe it was, we did have a panel on food webs in the Delta, and this topic has really been a topic that has been discussed as a potential review for actually quite some time. And we argue that food web interactions are central in understanding how environmental drivers and management actions affect the abundances of individual species. And I'll go into a little bit about, a little more about our motivation. I think what we're talking about is an actual food web. And oftentimes you'll hear food web discussed in the Delta and many other places as a very generic term. Like people might talk about, and one could argue there's been, and we have argued here and shown there's been a lot of work on the Delta on food web stuff, you know. And what I mean by that, there's certainly a lot of work on individual species interactions, predation of salmon or predation of bass on salmon juveniles, and looking at that particular link, which is a component of the food web, but it's not a food web. Looking at food web interactions as a whole, there's a lot of work on phytoplankton productivity and zooplankton. And when you hear about some of that, they talk about, well, we're creating a restoration to improve food resources and sometimes to improve the food web, but no one's looking at the food web in the context that we're thinking about it. And so I think to be clear, we're really talking about a food web where we can look at the various species interactions from both a bottom up and a top down framework. And when you think about it from a fisheries management point of view, where they're trying to look at how a certain environmental variable, say climate change or temperature change, might affect species A, you know, there's really a food web component to that, because changes in temperature might actually affect a species, the abundance of species B, which through the food web could directly or indirectly affect species A. And through maybe you're increasing the abundance of a predator, and therefore the one species you're looking at is going to have a negative effect. or your increases of food resources, which may, if you're thinking about increasing phytoplankton productivity, maybe you're just feeding more clams. You know, it doesn't necessarily to translate to fish until you know what the food web interactions. And we're primarily talking about upper trophic levels in this case. So we go in here and talk about the work that's been done, what our motivation is, this recommendation to do to look at food web interactions came out of both our invasive species recommendation. We needed to do more in food webs. It came out of also the science needs assessment. It's probably most easily thought about in terms of an invasive species. If you have a new invasive species that comes into the system, how do you predict what impact it's going to have? It's going to have impact either on the habitat but somewhere it's going to impact the food web, because it certainly has to consume some resources. So we'll have an impact on a food web and what species might be impacted. One, it's a challenge to understand unless you actually have some sort of a understanding of food web interactions. Most normally that's done through some food web modeling of some sort. And there's a variety of food web models that are available to do this. So our basic topics, this is page 4, I don't know if Edmund has this up, is to evaluate the comprehensiveness of existing knowledge about the upper trophic level food web interactions, to identify gaps in data and understanding needed to simulate and implement upper trophic level food web modeling or similar tools, and determine the potential management applications of upper trophic level food webs. We will be continuing, the process will be to continue the literature review. We want to have some stakeholder discussions up front to sort of identify some of the more pressing management applications to perhaps food web modeling, if one has that. And then do a 2-day workshop, which will consist of sort of integrated panels of scientists, managers, decision makers, and stakeholders with experience in food web dynamics and key management concerns within the Delta. We hope to bring in some folks from outside of the area as well as inside of the area and provide examples of how understanding the food web connections in a modeling and quantitative sense can help management predict what might happen to certain species based on either management decisions or driving forces such as climate. And we have a series of preliminary questions on starting on page 6 that would be addressed in the workshop. And these will be modified based on the input we get from stakeholders and the literature and so forth. One I mentioned, for example, number 4, how can we predict how current or future invasive species may impact native fish abundances or survival? And how could, the overarching question is, how could a quantitative understanding of food web interactions help us predict how management decisions or environmental variables might impact the abundances of the key species we're interested in, and how they could be put to use. We have a time schedule worked out. It's an optimistic time schedule to host that workshop by August of this year. And that is probably, I know Bob thinks it's very optimistic, but that is the where we have right now. And I think in summary, you have this thing that hopefully I've outlined enough of it. Bob, did you want to add some basic points before we open the questions? Okay, any questions? Yes, thank you.
Yes, Steve, I talked to you in the break and I mentioned this already. I think it would have helped me if you put right in the beginning how your approach or your understanding of food web differs from what has already been done in the Delta, because the first thing I thought, oh, food web, oh, there was so much work done on that in the Delta already. So it didn't become clear to me how this was different until I had read the whole, first 2 pages. Um, It's just a suggestion. It's nothing too substantial, but I was confused at first when I started reading it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's a very good point because I know others we've talked about this, because if you look at workshops that have been done or publications or whatever, Food Web or Food Resources seems to have been quite a bit done on it, but not in the way we're thinking about it. Maybe also stressing the upper trophic level aspect of it. There have been a lot of Food Web stuff done in what I would call Food Web stuff done on the zooplankton arena. So. Diane.
Well, in the second sentence, it says, well, both top-down and bottom-up food web processes can be at play. Is there idea that's generally accepted already that it's primarily bottom-up now? Or, is this workshop going to be challenging the implicit hypothesis that is being used now to in terms of management of individual species? I didn't get a sense of, as you said, if there's been a lot of food web work of one kind or another, is this idea of this first second sentence seems very general. It could be top down, it could be bottom up. But would it be possible to say most of the models now have focused on the phytoplankton, zooplankton link because the implicit assumption is that the bottom up is what really drives everything? I don't know. I'm just asking that question.
Bob, you have quick.
So I'll try to respond. I think it's been mostly a bottom up approach because of the people involved in it. It's their expertise: phytoplankton, zooplankton, marsh plants, and so on. There's a lot of work done historically, in the Delta on those, and that's the easiest thing for them to do. Whereas I think the unique aspect of this is that we would be spending a lot of time looking at top-down controls. And one thing that didn't actually make it into the prospectus, and we're going to discuss it a bit tomorrow too, is the role of avian predators and not just fishes. I think it's a little bit more fish-centric than it needs to be, but I would think.
Wait a minute, what'd you say?
I know, I keep repeating this every meeting we have, and it still doesn't get through to Steve here that birds may be important. But I think that's one of the unique aspects that we might be able to bring to this, is that there's other potential, controls on the trophodynamics of the system.
So would it be possible to say in the first couple paragraphs is that some of the work done already that this report will be building on is top heavy in terms of, or bottom heavy in terms of bottom up exploration or something like that? I think that might help justify the way in which this workshop will be different.
Yeah, I think that's right. It can be done. I thought we had done it, but you're right. In thinking about it, it got lost along the way. It's in there, but we can say that more explicitly.
Yeah, and the way I'd address that too is that it's hard to categorize where most of the work's been. I certainly think when you're talking at the lower trophic levels, it's probably largely been a bottom-up approach. However, the fish work, there's been a lot of work on predator-prey interactions, particularly looking at the predators of salmon. So I talked at the IEP the other day for a whole afternoon session, but talking about impact of predation on salmon abundance. That is a top-down thing. And my own personal opinion is it's both all the time, and because there is no one or the other. If you change this, it's going to have certain everything out there probably eats something else. So, you know, like, unless they absorb something from the whatever, but so there is a top down, whether it's measurable or whether it's significant or not, everywhere. And there's probably some bottom up because the thing that they eat has some nutrients that came from somewhere. So, and the question is, what are the, uh, how does it all work to, and how does this driver affect the species that you're interested in relative to this food web, which is both a top down and bottom up thing. So, and maybe there's a way we can couch it in those kind of terms, you know, that a lot of the work's been here. There's also some of this, but in reality, it is the food web that is the thing that is driving the differential abundances of individual species.
And I think there's another thing too, Diane, which we didn't capture in this prospectus, and I don't think we want to yet. And that's the role of heterotrophic production on driving the productivity of the system in the Delta. If you look like at the meeting the other day with the IEP program, and you some of their presentations, like 60% of the fish would have some sort of bug in their guts and so forth. But everything they looked at would have 100% would have detritus. And, you know, things like that. So I think there's a really an important role of heterotrophic production in driving the system, which to my knowledge has not really been looked at. And, but I think I see this as a process, one by which, you know, we look at this, we start to learn things, we find out what some of the boundaries or parameters are. We include birds, or we looked at avian predation. But with the idea that it's going to continue over a number of years, probably with another prospectus and a prospectus after that, to look at various aspects of the food webs or the food web, you know, going forward. So this is step one in my mind of what would be a multi-year process.
And often these food web approaches also include human predation, which also can be important in the Delta as well. I didn't mention that some of the examples for people that we would bring in from, we're thinking of the Great Lakes, the Chesapeake, Gulf of Mexico, and Columbia River system is where some of the examples would come, where they've been using these kinds of approaches.
Steve, if I could just break in for a sec, I can't see if I'm butting in front of other people.
Sure,
but
Lisa.
Yeah, so to the human, I was actually just going to mention that too. When I read this fresh, I thought, well, we haven't done much with the top predator of humans. And so it's implicit in there because we talk about management needs, but I wonder if that should be made more explicit, that obviously fishing down one species has effects on other species, you know, so it could be that should be put in explicitly.
Yeah, I think so. I think when I say upper trophic level, I mean all of those things, not necessarily just fish, you know. But so I think we could specify, you know, including birds and humans, and probably, I don't know if there's many other terrestrial organisms, but.
Can I respond to Bob?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
So to Bob's point on understanding heterotrophic interactions being a frontier, I would agree with that. We're funding 2 projects, one 2021 PSN project and one Delta Science Fellowship project that are looking at that aspect of food webs. So hopefully there will be more information generated through those 2 studies. But then the other thing, I'm kind of hesitant to mention this because it's a bit of a can of worms, but the other thing I had a question about is whether the role of nutrients in supporting bottom-up productivity is something you would be considering through this effort, because this is one area of remnant scientific controversy that exists in the Delta, is the extent to which elevated nutrients and particularly looking at stoichiometric compositions of different nitrogen species impacts phytoplankton productivity. It's still somewhat unresolved and maybe an area where attention from the ISB could help achieve more consensus on the science.
My opinion is absolutely not. And as board chair, I've gotten letters on that topic. And that is a huge, huge thing to look at the whole phytoplankton and what nutrient ratios and whatever are causing that. That's why I think the emphasis here is upper trophic levels.
And I guess I would add to that too, is that it's a huge effort onto itself and an important one, but it almost needs to be focused on by itself. But in addition to that too, is one of the things that I don't think has ever really been considered very seriously is the role of dissolved organic carbon leaching into the system and how it works synergistically or not with a lot of the nutrients. And again, the heterotrophic pathways and how they interact with the different kinds of carbon that are coming in. And then, as you probably know, as you get down more towards the estuary where you have just a little bit of salinity or a little bit of some components of salinity coming in, the whole three-dimensional structure of the carbon molecules changes, and it goes from being very refractory to being very labile and so forth. Those are just enormous issues, I think, in the Delta that really require their own kind of examination going forward. So anyway, you're right, it's a big can of worms in a way.
So maybe for the
but
follow-on.
But it's a really
Yeah.
interesting one that
Yeah.
We should be getting into down the road.
Thank you.
Anya.
So I know you said you spent a lot of time thinking about the title, so I hate to.
We're still open to suggestions.
To open up that can of worms, but, so the question, how important are food web interactions in establishing a productive and resilient Delta? It seems like the assumption is they are important. And is that really what you're going to answer with this review? Just hearing the conversation we just had, it sounds like there's a slightly more sophisticated question underlying this review, and I don't know if the title really captures that. And then I guess my second question goes into some of these management implications or management questions. I mean, I see that you've said, okay, the current kind of traditional management is generally focused on how an individual driver or combination of drivers affect the abundance of a single species of interest. Could there be at least a statement in here that would articulate, if we have a better understanding of food webs, how that might change a management approach? Like what, maybe that's in here and I missed it. It seems like it's implicit in here, but not stated very, very well. Like what would be the management implication if we have a better understanding of what these food web interactions are? I mean, I think it's a great topic and fully support it. Just looking for how we might articulate this, the importance of it to the broader audience a little more.
Yeah, thanks for that. It was our intent to say that. So if it hasn't been said well, we clearly need to work on saying it better.
Are we looking for something more like how can upper trophic level interactions inform Delta management, or something along those lines?
Yeah, I think you want a declarative sentence, not a question.
I think we can work on that, Tom. We went back and forth and around with this title, and the subtitle here, an assessment of scientific information, need to improve management actions. I tried to take everything we were talking about and bring it down to one little nugget because I just felt we needed something there, and it ended up being kind of the subtitle, and but something that would hopefully, and that I don't think even completely captures it, but I think we can work on the title to provide that nugget of what we're really trying to achieve here. I think we're close, but
yeah, because somebody might look at it and just go, not bury it.
Right. Or the answer be yes and walk away,
One other question I had was how the importance of biodiversity in this context isn't really brought up in the prospectus as it's written now, where there's this idea of resilient ecosystems being related to biodiversity is commonly discussed now. So did you choose to just leave out biodiversity as a concept to keep it simple, or that's my question.
I don't know if we chose to leave it out, but it didn't come raising to the surface, because to me, it's sort of like, yeah, biodiversity, number of species, number of interacting links, et cetera, can increase resilience, but we have the Delta sort of the way it is with some shifting here and there, and just trying to look at how resilient it is to changes. And you can do those kinds of things by eliminating a species and seeing what how things flare up, or adding a new species, things like that. But the biodiversity per se as a metric wasn't being considered in this, because it seems a little bit broader than what we could do. I don't know. What do you think, Bob?
Yeah, I agree. And also I think if you want to maximize production in a system, kind of a lot of the prevailing thought is that you go with just one species. If you can engineer a system to become incredibly productive for a short period of time. Whereas, and I don't think we want to get into that, explicitly in this activity, but rather explore what the options might be to improve management actions at a level that provides for some resilience, and not necessarily just maximizing productivity of the system, but try to maximize the resilience of the system. I think you could raise those in the workshop. I mean, they would.
Okay, so I was saying that in answering my question, you pointed out that there could be a tension between being productive and resilient. And so you could modify the title to stay establishing both productive and resilient California Delta.
I think that's something in the workshops. That would be an interesting question to explore.
Yeah.
Because there's also, especially in forestry, there's a lot of models and so forth, or beliefs that if you want to maximize the productivity of the system, you grow just one kind of tree. You do it well until you exhaust all your nutrients. But anyway, it's open for debate. It makes for actually a great debate as to whether you're talking about productivity of a species or productivity of an ecosystem, and what does it take.
Yeah, and I think following up on that too, I think when we were discussing this, it was sort of, one of the concepts was the recognition that the abundance and or productivity of one species will influence the abundance and or productivity of other species, and through food web interactions. And I think that that basic concept, I think, is one we're trying to push. And it's not just one just looks at drivers influencing one species without consideration how those drivers influence other species, and therefore that secondary impact on that species. Whether or not it exists, we don't know, and until you have like a food web, and that you can begin to assess, if you jiggle this over here, that this is going to jiggle, and when you change something such as temperature, everything is going to jiggle a little bit, and then that interaction is going to give you perhaps counterintuitive results. And so that's sort of the level of without getting into, maybe it's too strong a word to think about ecosystem production and resilience, because that sort of takes it to that next level when we're really trying to think of multi-species kind of considerations more than anything else. Laura?
What I had to say was also a response to that, which is that if you did want to get at resilience, multi-species, like system resilience in this review, it might be helpful to look to what's happening in Europe right now. The EU has a recent directive that that basically mandates the establishment of indicators of resilience for food webs in places like the Baltic Sea. It's pretty new, but just poking into that might be helpful for this review.
Do you have a contact?
I could get you some information.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with it enough to speak in detail off the top of my head, but I could definitely find you some information. I recently saved a paper about it.
Okay, great.
And I was going to say, the term resilience has much more meaning in terms of the ecosystem than does productivity, because as Bob stated, you can get highly productive systems from one species, but resilience brings in other connotations that I would think would be more important in this system.
Clearly, our title failed.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
My comment on that was on the title. I guess there was a lot of discussion about that. I know very little about this, but it seems like the text discusses the effect of climate change, sea level rise, and others. And I heard Inga say that we know a lot about food web interaction. So should the title reflect that we are trying to understand the food web interaction under future conditions? Is the goal to understand those interactions or feedbacks under future conditions?
I wouldn't say that's necessarily the focus. It's future and other conditions and management decisions, and more or less the way it came out in the science needs assessment and things like that was as one of the things that needed to be known. It was under a future condition scenario, but it was also just understanding the basic interactions in the food web, current interactions, so that you could therefore predict what might happen if there is a change in the ecosystem, whether that's a climate-induced change or change in species harvest or a change in something else.
Obey, I would say, what the topic you brought up is, of course, a vitally important one. And it was one of the reasons why, in my mind, I was thinking about this as a series of events, although we've proposed it as just, one activity here for the next couple of years, is that I saw this as something that would require probably 2 or 3 or 4 perspecti going forward as it would branch out. We get in, start to understand the kind of the boundaries of where we are and how it can be used in management. And then once we have established that, we have a good a basic application, then we think about, okay, where else can we take this now? So, and future conditions would be a very obvious one in my mind.
Any other?
I have a comment if no one else has their board up. Okay, so the idea of the prospectus is that this goes out very generally to our potential stakeholders so that they can weigh in on whether we've selected a good topic and something that can be useful to them. I happened to notice this one was twice as long as the other ones. And it made me think, well, we are making our stakeholders work kind of hard to understand this one. Are there any opportunities to tighten this up a bit to make it a little easier to respond?
Well, aren't you a member of this group?
See, I like pretending I'm not. It's really helpful. Yeah.
Okay, no, but in our defense, the last 5 pages are references. And so in reality, the text is only 8 pages long, so it's not that much longer than the rest. We have 5 pages of references in our defense, but it can always be tightened up.
Well, I think maybe to Inga's point earlier that, she had to read down a ways before she understood the focus was upper trophic levels. Maybe it's not so much a matter of shortening as making sure you lead with the most important information, like what's your main take home, kind of in that more newspaper style where you make your point and then you back it up with the details, just because that makes it a little easier for folks to see where you're headed.
Yeah, I think that's I heard that, and I think that's really a good suggestion, as well as reflecting that same process and redoing our title. So it more reflects specifically what we're looking at in a more narrower sense, I think. And then,
The motivation section could use maybe just some subheadings that would just help provide a few visual cues on what are these key questions and areas of knowledge that touching on might help.
Tanya, did you have something or no?
I was just saying it could use some subheadings in the motivation section.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, just to guide the reader.
So any other questions? Bob, do you think we're ready to move this forward? Okay, so the motion then would be to, and I'll make the motion to approve the content of the prospectus and distribute it for public comments once the comments from today are addressed in a revision. So is there a second to that?
Second, third.
Okay, any more comments from the board on this? Any public comments, Edmund?
There are none.
Okay, so I guess we'll go for a roll call vote to move this forward and start with Tom.
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Bob?
Yes.
I vote yes. Obey?
Aye.
Enga?
Aye.
Diane?
Yes.
Anna? And Lisa?
Yes.
And Virginia?
Yes.
And that sounds good to the team, which also includes Diane, by the way, in case you. Okay, and team leads will move forward and redraft this and get it ready as the previous one in a revised prospectus, and it'll be distributed out to the Delta Stewardship Council listserv, Delta E-News, Maven's Notebook, and promoted on all council social media platforms and the other applicable mailing lists. And then as the other one, as soon as we get it out, we'll let the public know how much time they have to give us formal feedback on this, and then discuss it at the next available meeting after that public comment is over. Anyone can also have, if they have any additional thoughts on or ideas, feel free to send us an email and send me an email, and and Bob an email. So any other public comments on this item?
There are none.
Okay, so we're skipping number 11, which was an overview of our field tour. And for those who are joining us late, we won't be doing the field tour tomorrow because of inclement weather, but we will be rescheduling it as soon as we can. Item 12 is a preparation for upcoming meetings. And I think I'm going to ask Edmund to handle this because he didn't give us the proper dates and so forth for the next two meetings.
Yes, so as Dr. Winger mentioned earlier today, we're going to be having a kickoff seminar for decision-making under deep uncertainty on April 26th. This was going to coincide with the board meeting. So it will be a board meeting, but we're also exploring a different date to discuss other board matters. But April 26th is for sure for the seminar, but we may have a separate meeting in April to discuss other business matters, including your draft prospectuses. In May, we're going to most likely be doing so April will be all virtual. May will be the in-person meeting again. And for this one, we were thinking about doing a boat tour with USGS. Some of the tour activities that we're going to do today, Ringe Track, will probably postpone later into the year.
And this is still May 17th to 19th?
Yeah, so we haven't decided on the exact date yet.
But within the bounds of 17 to 19?
Yeah, the 17th to 19th will be your, yes, hold those. Your meetings are going to be 2 to 3 days, but we haven't decided the schedule of activities yet. And that's just a high level overview of potential activities for April and May.
Okay, thanks, Edmund. Any public comments on this topic?
There are none.
I have a question for Edmund. Could you go over what's happening in April again?
Yes. So for decision making under deep uncertainty, they're going to be kicking off a seminar series to help inform the review and also to learn about DMDU. So the first kickoff seminar will be with Alice Hill on April 26th. So that is a scheduled board meeting. So that we'll have a seminar that day. If we're able to find another date, there'll be a separate ISB meeting to discuss business matters due to a potential conflict of a few ISB members. So we're exploring that option right now. So there might be 2 meetings, but if not, it'll be April 26th.
Thank you.
Yeah, keep a lookout on your email.
Right. I don't know.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if Lisa mentioned this. I don't think so, but we had a discussion with Robert Lambert about possibly having a seminar from him sometime in June. I don't know if that's relevant for this discussion or not.
Yeah, DMDU will be having seminar series throughout the year.
Okay.
So we will be locking in dates soon. But right now the plan for the DMDU seminars, they're going to be at the Delta ISB meetings, but we'll likely phase out the announcements rather than having the full schedule set out for the rest of 2023.
Also, can we just clarify, Edmund, it is a DMDU activity, also, informed by discussions with the Delta Science Program, but everyone is invited to attend. We think this is an important issue. It's not siloed into this one activity.
Yeah, thanks for that clarity.
And then is there still an in-person meeting June 14 to 16?
That one will likely potentially postpone for the summer for the food web workshop. So that's still being decided on. But there will still be a teleconference in June. So right now, based off all the activities that we're seeing scheduled, based off all the draft prospectuses, we compiled it into a work plan. We're trying to make the meeting dates work based off the schedule of activities. So that's one of the drivers of changing when we were originally planning to do in-person dates.
Yeah, and our food web workshop was scheduled tentatively in August.
Yes.
Any other thoughts on questions on scheduling? Okay, we can, I think, move on to item 13, which is the review of items for follow-up. Edmund?
So at the meeting today for the Delta sorry, my computer just went off. All right, so I'm just going to a recap of the follow-up items. So for today, the Delta Independent Science Board held an election, and Dr. Inga Werner was elected. She was nominated by Lisa Winger, and the motion was made by Dr. Heikala with a second from Steve Brandt to elect Dr. Werner as chair-elect. So the motion passed, and all members voted for the motion. For the council report, there was interest in seeing the synthesis of the Delta Restoration Forum, especially in regards to subsidence reversal and potentially helping to inform that review. So we'll continue to keep tabs on that, and hopefully Amanda and Viet Long can come back to a future ISB meeting to report out. In terms of the Delta Lead Scientist report, there was a lot of interest in discussing the use cases from the integrated modeling framework workshop, and there was interest the ISB was interested in providing feedback or maybe commenting on the white paper in the future. Did I capture that correctly, Laurel?
Yes, Edmund. Thank you.
And then today, Dr. Larsen also mentioned she's going to be starting the recruitment process for the Steve's upcoming vacancy in January 2024. Will likely be filled by a fish biologist, but Dr. Larsen's also interested in getting feedback on areas of expertise to advertise for, and if ISB members have potential nominees. In addition, for the Delta Stewardship Council report, Chair Virginia Madueno also indicated that she would like to request the Delta ISB also to start thinking about recruiting for the Delta lead scientist position when Dr. Larsen has to return back to her academic appointment in 2024. In terms of the prospectuses, you discussed 3 different prospectuses at this meeting for decision-making under deep uncertainty. The general consensus was for the review leads to revise the draft based off the discussion before deciding whether it's ready to go out for public release. So some of the things that the review leads will be working on is the need to have a more compelling statement in terms of what is motivating the review, making it clear that the ISB is not doing scenarios, but reviewing what is currently being done and how scenarios are being defined and or selected. And there needs to be some clarity about the workshop because it's currently not clear in the prospectus. Anything anyone would like to add for DMDU? For subsidence reversal, the Delta ISB discussed the prospectus, and the motion was made by Tom with a second from Inga to approve the content of the prospectus and address the comments made at the meeting and then distributing it to various mailing lists for public comments. Some of the suggested changes from today was changing the title to have like some sort of effect of managing subsidence in the Delta. Other comments included clarifying that the ISB is not doing economic analysis, but understanding the state of science in terms of economics. And then there's also a suggestion that throughout the draft prospectus, the goals are a little different throughout. And there was a suggestion to make it more consistent in terms of what the goals of the review are. And also, there is a description in terms of what the management needs are in the motivation section, but maybe some tweaks need to be made there to make it clear that those are the management needs. Anything to add about subsidence reversal? The review leads will be discussing also and any additional public comment mechanisms for seeking feedback on the draft prospectus. The food webs review was also approved for distribution for public comments after the comments from today are addressed. The motion was made by Dr. Brandt with a second from Dr. Holzer. There were a few comments in terms of what needs to be addressed. The first was clarifying how the current understanding of food webs based off the prospectus is different than what is currently being done or considered in the Delta. There's also suggestions about the title and tying it in terms of what is going to be achieved by the review. There's also comments about tightening up the language of the prospectus since it's longer than the other 2, but as Steve mentioned, most 5 pages are references. And then being clear in terms of the motivation, in terms of what the purpose of the review is, and then a suggestion from Dr. Heikala is to use subheadings for the motivation section. Anything to add for the notes for food webs? No. And that concludes the reporting out of follow-up items. Anything to add or change?
We'll just add, if you don't have it in your list, is when the integrative modeling workshop recording becomes available, if you could send us the link to that.
Will do.
Any other additions? Any public comment on this?
There are none.
Okay, item 14, public comments for items not on the agenda.
There are none.
Okay, well, that concludes our meeting. I want to thank everybody for attention. We are actually well over an hour ahead of schedule, surprisingly. So thanks everyone and for all your input and attention, and meeting is adjourned.